to learn more about Agenda 2063. The Agenda 2063 is a continental development plan for Africa whose achievement will lead to an integrated, prosperous and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens and represent a dynamic force in the international arena. Agenda 2063 is committed to ensuring economic transformation that leads to higher standards of living for Africans. Improved education standards driven by a skills revolution founded on science, technology and innovation. Unity in society where democracy and good governance prevail and the universal principles for human rights, justice and the rule of law are pursued. Modern agriculture that leads to food security, improved productivity and production. Development of a blue ocean economy for accelerated economic growth. Protection of our environment and natural resources and the growth of renewable energy sources. Building world-class infrastructure across the continent. Establishment of functional and capable institutions supported by transformative leadership. A peaceful Africa where security and stability is guaranteed and guided by a fully functional and operational African peace and security architecture, APSA. Promoting an African cultural renaissance embedded in the ideals of Pan-Africanism. Full gender equality in all spheres of life. African youth are engaged and empowered. Establishing Africa's own financial and monetary institutions that take full responsibility for financing Africa's development. Access to quality health services and proper nutrition for all citizens. An Africa that commands its place in global affairs, working with partners who will promote and support our economic development. Let us unite to build the Africa we want. Visit www.au.int to learn more about Agenda 2063.
Guys, we are almost graduating. What does the future hold for us African youth?
After graduating from college, is securing a job certain?
I want to further my education. Why shouldn't I leave this country to seek other opportunities?
As an aspiring fashion designer who would like to trade in textile all over Africa, how do I get funding for my business?
Trade? Are we even sure of economic stability? As for me, I just want to expand our family farm and set up a food processing company. But how can I easily transport and sell my goods to other African countries?
Have you not heard of Agenda 2063?
What is Agenda 2063?
Agenda 2063 is the master plan for transforming Africa into a global powerhouse of the future by the year 2063, and ensuring that Africa's development is driven by investments that are sustainable and benefits all people, and that development activities will promote unity, self-determination, freedom, progress, and collective prosperity, pursued under the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Africa's Renaissance. Do you know Agenda 2063 aims to increase investment in key infrastructure, improve agricultural practices, and better management of our natural resources, as well as access to quality health and education to enable Africans to unlock their full potential? And with a well-educated society and empowered people, our communities will thrive as Africans actively participate in decision-making to promote good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, and the right to live in stable and peaceful societies. And a peaceful and secure Africa will provide the right environment we desire for growth and development, productive employment, and decent work for all. We can build more world-class infrastructure, sustain industrialization, and foster innovation as we invest in the blue ocean economy, agriculture, advanced technology, transportation, health, renewable energy, commerce, and finance, and even outer space technology, translating into a better standard and quality of living for all African people. The Agenda 2063 promotes a united Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, values and ethics. Agenda 2063 will enable Africa to position itself as a strong, united, resilient and influential global player.
Wow, that is the Africa I want.
That is the Africa I want.
That is the Africa I want.
That is the Africa I want. That is the Africa I want.
This is the Africa we want.
Let us unite to build the Africa we want. Visit www.au.int to learn more about Agenda 2063. The Agenda 2063 is a continental development plan for Africa whose achievement will lead to an integrated, prosperous and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens and represent a dynamic force in the international arena. Agenda 2063 is committed to ensuring economic transformation that leads to higher standards of living for Africans. Improved education standards driven by a skills revolution founded on science, technology and innovation. Unity in society where democracy and good governance prevail and the universal principles for human rights, justice and the rule of law are pursued. Modern agriculture that leads to food security, improved productivity and production. Development of a blue ocean economy for accelerated economic growth. Protection of our environment and natural resources and the growth of renewable energy sources. Building world-class infrastructure across the continent. Establishment of functional and capable institutions supported by transformative leadership. A peaceful Africa where security and stability is guaranteed and guided by a fully functional and operational African peace and security architecture, APSA. promoting an African cultural renaissance embedded in the ideals of Pan-Africanism. Full gender equality in all spheres of life. African youth are engaged and empowered. Establishing Africa's own financial and monetary institutions that take full responsibility for financing Africa's development. Access to quality health services and proper nutrition for all citizens. An Africa that commands its place in global affairs, working with partners who will promote and support our economic development. Let us unite to build the Africa we want. Visit www.au.int to learn more about Agenda 2063.
Guys, we are almost graduating. What does the future hold for us African youth?
After graduating from college, is securing a job certain?
I want to further my education. Why shouldn't I leave this country to seek other opportunities?
As an aspiring fashion designer who would like to trade in textile all over Africa, how do I get funding for my business?
Trade? Are we even sure of economic stability?
As for me, I just want to expand our family farm and set up a food processing company. But how can I easily transport and sell my goods to other African countries?
Have you not heard of Agenda 2063?
What is Agenda 2063?
Agenda 2063 is the master plan for transforming Africa into a global powerhouse of the future by the year 2063, and ensuring that Africa's development is driven by investments that are sustainable and benefits all people, and that development activities will promote unity, self-determination, freedom, progress, and collective prosperity, pursued under the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Africa's Renaissance. Do you know Agenda 2063 aims to increase investment in key infrastructure, improve agricultural practices and better management of our natural resources, as well as access to quality health and education to enable Africans to unlock their full potential? And with a well-educated society and empowered people, our communities will thrive as Africans actively participate in decision-making to promote good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, and the right to live in stable and peaceful societies. And a peaceful and secure Africa will provide the right environment we desire for growth and development, productive employment and decent work for all. We can build more world-class infrastructure, sustain industrialization, and foster innovation as we invest in the blue ocean economy, agriculture, advanced technology, transportation, health, renewable energy, commerce, and finance, and even outer space technology, translating into a better standard and quality of living for all African people. The Agenda 2063 promotes a united Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, values and ethics. Agenda 2063 will enable Africa to position itself as a strong, united, resilient and influential global player.
Wow, that is the Africa I want.
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 This is the Africa we want.
Let us unite to build the Africa we want. Visit www.au.int to learn more about Agenda 2063. The Agenda 2063 is a continental development plan for Africa whose achievement will lead to an integrated, prosperous and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens and represent a dynamic force in the international arena. Agenda 2063 is committed to ensuring economic transformation that leads to higher standards of living for Africans. Improved education standards driven by a skills revolution founded on science, technology and innovation. Unity in society where democracy and good governance prevail and the universal principles for human rights, justice and the rule of law are pursued. Modern agriculture that leads to food security, improved productivity and production. Development of a blue ocean economy for accelerated economic growth. Protection of our environment and natural resources and the growth of renewable energy sources. Building world-class infrastructure across the continent. Establishment of functional and capable institutions supported by transformative leadership. A peaceful Africa where security and stability is guaranteed and guided by a fully functional and operational African peace and security architecture, APSA. Promoting an African cultural renaissance embedded in the ideals of Pan-Africanism. Full gender equality in all spheres of life. African youth are engaged and empowered. Establishing Africa's own financial and monetary institutions that take full responsibility for financing Africa's development. Access to quality health services and proper nutrition for all citizens. An Africa that commands its place in global affairs, working with partners who will promote and support our economic development. Let us unite to build the Africa we want. Visit www.au.int to learn more about Agenda 2063.
Guys, we are almost graduating. What does the future hold for us African youth?
After graduating from college, is securing a job certain?
I want to further my education. Why shouldn't I leave this country to seek other opportunities?
As an aspiring fashion designer who would like to trade in textile all over Africa, how do I get funding for my business?
Trade?
Okay.
Are we even sure of economic stability?
As for me, I just want to expand our family farm and set up a food processing company. But how can I easily transport and sell my goods to other African countries?
Have you not heard of Agenda 2063?
What is Agenda 2063?
Agenda 2063 is the master plan for transforming Africa into a global powerhouse of the future by the year 2063, and ensuring that Africa's development is driven by investments that are sustainable and benefits all people, and that development activities will promote unity, self-determination, freedom, progress, and collective prosperity, pursued under the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Africa's Renaissance. Do you know Agenda 2063 aims to increase investment in key infrastructure, improve agricultural practices and better management of our natural resources, as well as access to quality health and education to enable Africans to unlock their full potential? And with a well-educated society and empowered people, our communities will thrive as Africans actively participate in decision-making to promote good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, and the right to live in stable and peaceful societies. And a peaceful and secure Africa will provide the right environment we desire for growth and development, productive employment and decent work for all. We can build more world-class infrastructure, sustain industrialization, and foster innovation as we invest in the blue ocean economy, agriculture, advanced technology, transportation, health, renewable energy, commerce, and finance, and even outer space technology, translating into a better standard and quality of living for all African people. The Agenda 2063 promotes a united Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, values and ethics. Agenda 2063 will enable Africa to position itself as a strong, united, resilient and influential global player.
Wow, that is the Africa I want.
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 This is the Africa we want.
Let us unite to build the Africa we want. Visit www.au.int to learn more about Agenda 2063. The Agenda 2063 is a continental development plan for Africa whose achievement will lead to an integrated, prosperous and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens and represent a dynamic force in the international arena. Agenda 2063 is committed to ensuring economic transformation that leads to higher standards of living for Africans. Improved education standards driven by a skills revolution founded on science, technology and innovation. Unity in society where democracy and good governance prevail and the universal principles for human rights, justice and the rule of law are pursued. Modern agriculture that leads to food security, improved productivity and production. Development of a blue ocean economy for accelerated economic growth. protection of our environment and natural resources, and the growth of renewable energy sources. Building world-class infrastructure across the continent. Establishment of functional and capable institutions supported by transformative leadership. A peaceful Africa where security and stability is guaranteed and guided by a fully functional and operational African peace and security architecture, APSA. Promoting an African cultural renaissance embedded in the ideals of Pan-Africanism. Full gender equality in all spheres of life. African youth are engaged and empowered. Establishing Africa's own financial and monetary institutions that take full responsibility for financing Africa's development. Access to quality health services and proper nutrition for all citizens. An Africa that commands its place in global affairs, working with partners who will promote and support our economic development. Let us unite to build the Africa we want. Visit www.au.int to learn more about Agenda 2063.
Guys, we are almost graduating. What does the future hold for us African youth?
After graduating from college, is securing a job certain?
I want to further my education. Why shouldn't I leave this country to seek other opportunities?
As an aspiring fashion designer who would like to trade in textile all over Africa, how do I get funding for my business?
Trade? Are we even sure of economic stability?
As for me, I just want to expand our family farm and set up a food processing company. But how can I easily transport and sell my goods to other African countries?
Have you not heard of Agenda 2063?
What is Agenda 2063?
Agenda 2063 is the master plan for transforming Africa into a global powerhouse of the future by the year 2063, and ensuring that Africa's development is driven by investments that are sustainable and benefits all people, and that development activities will promote unity, self-determination, freedom, progress, and collective prosperity, pursued under the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Africa's Renaissance. Do you know Agenda 2063 aims to increase investment in key infrastructure, improve agricultural practices and better management of our natural resources, as well as access to quality health and education to enable Africans to unlock their full potential? And with a well-educated society and empowered people, our communities will thrive as Africans actively participate in decision-making to promote good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, and the right to live in stable and peaceful societies. And a peaceful and secure Africa will provide the right environment we desire for growth and development, productive employment and decent work for all. We can build more world-class infrastructure, sustain industrialization and foster innovation as we invest in the blue ocean economy, agriculture, advanced technology, transportation, health, renewable energy, commerce and finance, and even outer space technology, translating into a better standard and quality of living for all African people. The Agenda 2063 promotes a united Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, values and ethics. Agenda 2063 will enable Africa to position itself as a strong, united, resilient and influential global player.
Wow, that is the Africa I want.
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 This is the Africa we want.
Let us unite to build the Africa we want. Visit www.au.int to learn more about Agenda 2063. The Agenda 2063 is a continental development plan for Africa whose achievement will lead to an integrated, prosperous and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens and represent a dynamic force in the international arena. Agenda 2063 is committed to ensuring economic transformation that leads to higher standards of living for Africans. Improved education standards driven by a skills revolution founded on science, technology and innovation. Unity in society where democracy and good governance prevail and the universal principles for human rights, justice and the rule of law are pursued. Modern agriculture that leads to food security, improved productivity and production. Development of a blue ocean economy for accelerated economic growth. Protection of our environment and natural resources and the growth of renewable energy sources. Building world-class infrastructure across the continent. Establishment of functional and capable institutions supported by transformative leadership. A peaceful Africa where security and stability is guaranteed and guided by a fully functional and operational African Peace and Security Architecture, APSA. Promoting an African cultural renaissance embedded in the ideals of Pan-Africanism. Full gender equality in all spheres of life. African youth are engaged and empowered. Establishing Africa's own financial and monetary institutions that take full responsibility for financing Africa's development. Access to quality health services and proper nutrition for all citizens. An Africa that commands its place in global affairs, working with partners who will promote and support our economic development. Let us unite to build the Africa we want. Visit www.au.int to learn more about Agenda 2063.
Guys, we are almost graduating. What does the future hold for us African youth?
After graduating from college, is securing a job certain?
I want to further my education. Why shouldn't I leave this country to seek other opportunities?
As an aspiring fashion designer who would like to trade in textile all over Africa, how do I get funding for my business?
Trade? Are we even sure of economic stability?
As for me, I just want to expand our family farm and set up a food processing company. But how can I easily transport and sell my goods to other African countries?
Have you not heard of Agenda 2063?
What is Agenda 2063?
Agenda 2063 is the master plan for transforming Africa into a global powerhouse of the future by the year 2063, and ensuring that Africa's development is driven by investments that are sustainable and benefits all people, and that development activities will promote unity, self-determination, freedom, progress, and collective prosperity, pursued under the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Africa's Renaissance. Do you know Agenda 2063 aims to increase investment in key infrastructure, improved agricultural practices, and better management of our natural resources, as well as access to quality health and education to enable Africans to unlock their full potential? And with a well-educated society and empowered people, our communities will thrive as Africans actively participate in decision-making to promote good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, and the right to live in stable and peaceful societies. And a peaceful and secure Africa will provide the right environment we desire for growth and development, productive employment, and decent work for all. We can build more world-class infrastructure, sustain industrialization, and foster innovation as we invest in the blue ocean economy, agriculture, advanced technology, transportation, health, renewable energy, commerce, and finance, and even outer space technology, translating into a better standard and quality of living for all African people. The Agenda 2063 promotes a united Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, values and ethics. Agenda 2063 will enable Africa to position itself as a strong, united, resilient and influential global player.
Wow, that is the Africa I want.
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 This is the Africa we want.
Let us unite to build the Africa we want. Visit www.au.int to learn more about Agenda 2063. The Agenda 2063 is a continental development plan for Africa whose achievement will lead to an integrated, prosperous and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens and represent a dynamic force in the international arena. Agenda 2063 is committed to ensuring economic transformation that leads to higher standards of living for Africans. Improved education standards driven by a skills revolution founded on science, technology and innovation. Unity in society where democracy and good governance prevail and the universal principles for human rights, justice and the rule of law are pursued. Modern agriculture that leads to food security, improved productivity and production. Development of a blue ocean economy for accelerated economic growth. Protection of our environment and natural resources and the growth of renewable energy sources. building world-class infrastructure across the continent. Establishment of functional and capable institutions supported by transformative leadership. A peaceful Africa where security and stability is guaranteed and guided by a fully functional and operational African peace and security architecture, APSA. Promoting an African cultural renaissance embedded in the ideals of Pan-Africanism. Full gender equality in all spheres of life. African youth are engaged and empowered. Establishing Africa's own financial and monetary institutions that take full responsibility for financing Africa's development. Access to quality health services and proper nutrition for all citizens. An Africa that commands its place in global affairs, working with partners who will promote and support our economic development. Let us unite to build the Africa we want. Visit www.au.int to learn more about Agenda 2063.
Guys, we are almost graduating. What does the future hold for us African youth?
After graduating from college, is securing a job certain?
I want to further my education. Why shouldn't I leave this country to seek other opportunities?
As an aspiring fashion designer who would like to trade in textile all over Africa, how do I get funding for my business?
Trade? Are we even sure of economic stability?
As for me, I just want to expand our family farm and set up a food processing company. But how can I easily transport and sell my goods to other African countries?
Have you not heard of Agenda 2063?
What is Agenda 2063?
Agenda 2063 is the master plan for transforming Africa into a global powerhouse of the future by the year 2063, and ensuring that Africa's development is driven by investments that are sustainable and benefits all people, and that development activities will promote unity, self-determination, freedom, progress, and collective prosperity, pursued under the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Africa's Renaissance. Do you know Agenda 2063 aims to increase investment in key infrastructure, improve agricultural practices and better management of our natural resources, as well as access to quality health and education to enable Africans to unlock their full potential? And with a well-educated society and empowered people, our communities will thrive as Africans actively participate in decision-making to promote good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, and the right to live in stable and peaceful societies. And a peaceful and secure Africa will provide the right environment we desire for growth and development, productive employment and decent work for all. We can build more world-class infrastructure, sustain industrialization and foster innovation as we invest in the blue ocean economy, agriculture, advanced technology, transportation, health, renewable energy, commerce and finance, and even outer space technology, translating into a better standard and quality of living for all African people. The Agenda 2063 promotes a united Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, values and ethics. Agenda 2063 will enable Africa to position itself as a strong, united, resilient and influential global player.
Wow, that is the Africa I want.
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 That is Africa I want.
This is the Africa we want.
Let us unite to build the Africa we want. Visit www.au.int to learn more about Agenda 2063. The Agenda 2063 is a continental development plan for Africa whose achievement will lead to an integrated, prosperous and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens and represent a dynamic force in the international arena. Agenda 2063 is committed to ensuring economic transformation that leads to higher standards of living for Africans. Improved education standards driven by a skills revolution founded on science, technology and innovation. Unity in society where democracy and good governance prevail and the universal principles for human rights, justice and the rule of law are pursued. Modern agriculture that leads to food security, improved productivity and production. Development of a blue ocean economy for accelerated economic growth. Protection of our environment and natural resources and the growth of renewable energy sources. Building world-class infrastructure across the continent. Establishment of functional and
Bon après-midi. Honorable vice-présidente du Parlement.
Honorable Vice Presidents of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Lucia Dos Passos, Honorable Chairperson of the Women's Caucus, Honorable Amina Tijani, it's an honor for me to take the floor this afternoon and to officiate in order to facilitate the proceedings of this meeting for the next 2 days. My role is very simple. It's just to facilitate the taking of the floor for the opening ceremony, but also to have a look at the program that you have received. The first part of the program is an opening ceremony. The second part will be unveiling of art sculptures of a local artist. Then there will be a short coffee break, which will be very short because we are already running 35 minutes late. With your permission, Honorable Chair, I should like to invite Honorable Amina Tijani Yahya, Chairperson of the PAP Women's Caucus, to take the floor.
Excellence, Madame Lucia Dos Passos.
Excellency Mrs. Lucia Dos Passos, Third Vice President of the PAP, Honorable Vice Presidents and members of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Marie-Jolie Belugo, Vice President of the Senate of Gabon, Madame Erdis Feldado, Secretary of State to Higher Education from Cape Verde, Excellency Dr. Hadija, Second Vice President of the National Transition Council of Chad, Honorable Hanifa, former member of the Pan-African Parliament, Minister of Health of Uganda, the representative of Ms. Nardos Bekele Thomas, CEO of the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, Honorable chairpersons of permanent committees are present here, the representative of Mrs. Ligi Digomo, Director General of UNFPA Office for East and Southern Africa, Mr. Maxim Uniato, Regional Director, UN Women East and Southern Africa Regional Office, honorable members of the Bureau, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the United Nations family, ladies and gentlemen representing civil society, dear guests, dear PAP staff, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Pan-African Parliament, on behalf of the Women Caucus of PAP, and on my own behalf, I should like to seize this opportunity to greet you warmly. I insist on wishing you all a warm welcome to the 13th Pan-African Parliament Conference on Women's Rights that will take place today and tomorrow. Welcome.
Caribou à vous tous et toutes.
To all of you. In October 2008, the Pan-African Parliament launched its first annual conference on women's rights. The objective of this initiative had to offer a platform to the various stakeholders that we are in order to consider issues related to African women. This conference has given us since then the opportunity to follow up on and assess difficulties that women and girls are confronted with in Africa, discussing economic development for women in Africa, and to review progress made by the African Union and the Pan-African Parliament in terms of gender integration, planning, implementation, and follow-up on political programs and activities of the African Union and the Pan-African Parliament on gender and relative to African women. As you know, the African Union has adopted many legal instruments, very progressive for the protection of women and their autonomy, and also for their participation in political affairs on the continent. The Women's Caucus, for which we are responsible for today, has the following mandate: active follow-up of the ratification of the legislative incorporation and implementation of all legal instruments of the African Union related to women's rights, including the Protocol of the African Union on Women's Rights. This is about women's rights and gender issues, capacity building of women parliamentarians, and integration of gender issues in the work of Pan-African Parliament, making sure that women are sufficiently represented in decision-making organs of the Pan-African Parliament, including in secretarial services, and to make sure that national budgets be sensitive to gender, to strengthen the taking into account of the gender dimension in our activities, make sure that the provisions of the agreement of the African Union on the Protocol of Maputo support the representation and leadership of women in all organs of the Pan-African Parliament. Distinguished guests, over the last few years, the Women's Conference on The Conference on Women's Rights has promoted equality and equity between men and women and empowerment of women and girls in Africa. Many efforts have been made, but there still remain many challenges. Therefore, this conference, which is on the theme of empowerment of women and their inclusion in governance, finds its logic. And this theme evokes the crucial role that women play and continue to play in creating productive opportunities in social and economic development in Africa. Also, it is imperative that the Conference of the Pan-African Parliament on Women's Rights of this year focuses on the speeding up of empowerment of women and inclusion of women in governance. This conference offers us opportunities to reflect on mechanisms and follow up and implementation of relevant instruments, in particular on the protection of women's rights with a view to inclusive and sustainable development. If the implementation of our official documents, such as the Maputo Protocol, is not yet done, it is because we are struggling to arrive at 12 ratifications before its entry into force. So this is why I take this opportunity to call upon all of us based on the prerogatives and capacities that are ours in order to make sure that this ratification takes place in a diligent manner. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, given women's rights in Africa, it would be almost impossible to implement the 2063 agenda of the African Union, as well as the Sustainable Development Goals, without inclusion of women in governance. Organizing civil society, as organizers of civil society, we have a crucial role to ensure the implementation of laws and policies, international policies, regional policies, at all levels that allow for the inclusion of women in leadership roles, in decision-making roles, and governance. The Bureau and the Women's Caucus and myself commit ourselves to make sure that the outcome of this conference will lead to the reality of the struggle against poverty, empowerment of women, and entrepreneurship, as well as gender-sensitive budgets, governance and legal protection of women, and also supporting youth so that they be the champions of gender equality, and the consideration of the Maputo Protocol on Women's Rights in Africa. Discussions and resolutions on violence against women in Africa, particularly in the context of the post-COVID period. As a leader and as leaders and organizers of civil society, we will not mention enough that we are committed to good governance, empowerment of women, and inclusion of women in governance. It is important that we strengthen cooperation and dialogue on promotion and governance in Africa. A promotion of women's rights, women's and girls' rights, and also the promotion of the rule of law, electoral processes that have to be inclusive and equitable. I wish you once again a warm welcome to the third conference of the Pan-African Parliament on Women's Rights. I call upon you to all contribute, to exchange, to deliberate together on the theme of empowerment of women and inclusion of women in governance. On this note, I shall conclude my message, and I wish you fruitful deliberations. Long live the Pan-African Parliament, long live the African Union, long live African women, long live Africa. Thank you.
Merci, honorable présidente du COCOS.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the PAP Women's Caucus. I now would like to invite Ms. Maureen Shonge, who represents the Regional Director of UN Women East and Southern Africa Regional Office. You have the floor, please, Mrs. Shonge.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and good afternoon. Please allow me to stand on the previous protocol and say all protocol observed. But perhaps I would like to recognize the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Chief Charumbira Magadi. Thank you so much for giving me the floor. I'm here today representing UN Women and representing Dr. Maxime Huinato, who was unable to join us today. The United Nations entity is here. It delivers programs, we deliver policies and standards to uphold women's human rights and ensure that every woman and girl lives up to her full potential. Allow me to thank the Pan-African Parliament for the invitation to the 13th Women's Conference and for dedicating this year's conference to the issue of gender equality and governance. We commend you for all the efforts to promote gender equality, including pushing for the implementation of regional normative frameworks. Over the past decade, as UN Women, we have worked with numerous partners for the advancement of gender equality. And in our work, supporting the work of parliaments, we have seen the enactment of gender-responsive laws, enhancement of parliamentary oversight, and the adoption of institutional policies which aim to increase the number of gender-sensitive parliaments worldwide, and this is commendable. As we are embarking on this second decade as UN Women, we stand ready to continue working with parliaments, working with the Pan-African Parliament and other organizations to address the systematic oppression against women to achieve gender and social justice in terms of women's rights. Honorable members, you have an important role to play in creating more gender equal societies. As both lawmakers and overseers of legislation, you can be key drivers of change. Allow me to share some strategies which we have seen to work as UN Women, particularly as we look at advancing women's political participation. Your leadership can help to ensure that women are part of the decision-making in equal numbers by adopting or supporting the adoption of temporary special measures and really looking at strategies that push for 50-50 gender balance. Some of this has been agreed at the CSW 65, which calls for gender balance. While we are seeing that progress is slow, change is possible. Nearly 3/4 of the world's members of parliament are men, and we know that this is also a concern that you have. Only 27 countries have a woman head of state or government, and at the current rate, we will only achieve gender equality post-2063. This is a long time, ladies and gentlemen. We have to do something earlier than this. However, not all is lost. We have seen over the years that well-designed and effectively implemented quotas have led to triple the number of countries with gender-balanced parliaments, and those with less than 20% of representation of women almost halved. Adopting and reforming the necessary legislation to end discrimination is key. Currently, more than 2.5 billion women and girls worldwide are negatively affected by discriminatory laws. Legalized and institutionalized misogyny is present on every continent. In 23 countries, the minimum age of marriage for girls is below 18 years. 98 countries still do not legally provide for equal remuneration for work of equal value. So this remains an area where we should all pay attention. And in many countries, still 71 countries globally, women are not entitled to paid maternity leave. Again, something that can be paid attention by your excellencies in the countries. So the discriminatory laws are holding back women and girls from reaching their full potential. The COVID-19 pandemic has led to further setbacks. However, more still needs to be done for us to achieve the SDG goals. Ladies and gentlemen, repealing discriminatory laws and following up on their implementation is a matter of urgency. No one is better positioned to do this than you. Institutionalizing gender sensitivity in parliaments is key. Honorable members, be bold to take the lead in transforming parliaments into more inclusive institutions and to set the example. This is possible by strengthening women's voices through their balanced representation in the work of parliamentary committees or through dedicated women's parliamentary networks. Through your work with parliamentary women's caucuses, we have seen that they can be a good interaction, particularly with political parties as well, to achieve common goals on gender equality. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to turn to the subject of violence against women. This is critical that we look at prevention and response efforts. Violence and harassment against women in public life has increased over the years. Despite disturbing levels of violence against women, MPs, most parliaments still do not have sexual harassment policies for parliamentarians and staff. As a matter of urgency, parliaments must adopt and effectively enforce codes of conduct. We must do everything in our power to ensure that discrimination, harassment, and violence against women in politics can be stopped for the sake of the younger generations. So, honorable members, the task for us now is to achieve SDG 5 and leave a lasting legacy of a world where women and girls in all their diversity have the same rights as enshrined in our regional and international human rights treaties. Your action for making gender equality a reality is critical. UN Women is standing with you. We are ready to support you and to work with you. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Songe. I would like now to invite Mrs. Shimwe Ogbona. Mrs. Ogbona is the Deputy Regional Director from UNFPA for the Eastern and Southern region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon. I bring you warm greetings from UNFPA, the United Nations Population Fund. Allow me to recognize the President and Vice Presidents of the Pan-African Parliament here present. Also to recognize Honorable Amina Tijani Yaya, the Chairperson of the PAP Women's Caucus, to recognize as well members of the Bureau of PAP that are here, speakers, vice presidents, members of parliaments that are here from across the countries and various caucuses, and also, like my colleague from UN Women, stand on existing protocols. It is an honor for me to be here today representing Ms. Lydia Zigomo, the Regional Director of UNFPA, covering the 23 countries in East and Southern Africa region. Also bring you greetings from Ms. Argentina Matavel, the Regional Director of UNFPA, covering the countries in West and Central Africa. And it is our pleasure to be here in recognition of the pivotal role that the Pan-African Parliament and the Women's Caucuses play as legislative bodies on our continent. UNFPA is the United Nations Population Fund, and we truly appreciate the partnership that we have enjoyed with members of parliament across the countries on the continent. We recognize that a lot of the achievements that have been made for women and young people stems from the fact that you provide oversight, you provide advisory functions, you provide consultative spaces such as the one today that is being convened to discuss the women's rights. It is critical for us to also acknowledge that this is the 13th conference. It is not easy for you to have continued to do this year on year, and this is the 13th conference. So we applaud the Women's Caucuses for being able to sustain this. Why so is because gender equality and women's empowerment is also aligned with the aspirations of Africa Agenda 2063. When we all walked in, we were watching an animated video of Africa Agenda 2063, and it was interesting listening to the words that were being said there, underpinning what you're here to do today. We recognize in a special way the roles of members of parliament in the areas of ending harmful practices, one of which is female genital mutilation, another child marriage. My colleague from UN Women just spoke about gender-based violence, all of which limit the potentials of women and young adolescent girls to become the change agents that Africa wants, to become the drivers of change, transformative change that Africa deserves. One that we would like to highlight today is a collaboration that we had with the Pan-African Parliament in 2016. It was the action plan to end female genital mutilation and child marriage. We saw that blossom into gender model laws by the SADC Parliamentary Forum on ending child marriage and gender-based violence. In 2019, we saw this, we believe, blossom again into the African Union Salema Initiative. And so that shows us what can happen when members of parliament, especially the women's caucuses, come together to drive an agenda. You drove it from an action plan to model laws and into continental initiatives, and we know into various national legislations that are all ending female genital mutilation in communities where it is practiced. African women and young people under the age of 25, for instance, represent 60% of Africa's population. We know that the entire female population in Africa is about 50%. Who leaves behind such a critical population if there is going to be progress? No one. So it is very important for us to recognize the contributions that women make to Africa's gross domestic product. We know that a lot of the conversations you'll be having are centered around reduction of poverty, women's empowerment, and female labor participation, health, education. So this is a very critical population that we cannot leave behind. As UNFPA, we work on the centrality of population dynamics to sustainable development and to inclusive socioeconomic development. So it's very important for us to underscore the role and the decisions and the discussions that you will be having in these 2 days. We're less than 8 years away from 2030, when the world is supposed to have achieved the Sustainable Development Goals, including SDG 5. But we know that we are far away from that status that we want across all the targets. In February of this year, Africa, like all regions of the world and all countries of the world, benchmarked progress for SDG 5. And for Africa, Africa adopted a very important theme, and I quote, "Building forward better as a green, inclusive, and resilient Africa, poised to achieve the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. So the conversation has been going on from February, when Africa came together, July, when everybody across the world came together, and we all agreed with a resounding voice that there is an unfinished business for women and young people across every country of the world. And members of parliament have a role to play. All of you here, as members of either caucuses or parliaments, truly have a role to play across inclusive legislation, evidence-based budget making, because we need the sustainable resources to achieve the results that we desire, oversight and accountability. The fact that right holders need to hold duty bearers to account is very critical. And also amplifying the voices of the various constituencies that you represent and you serve. Like my colleague from UN Women, we celebrate a lot of successes. We celebrate the fact that obligated by international human rights law, it's very clear that a lot of countries across the regions have been able to illustrate and include non-discriminatory laws for women in various countries. We also recognize that there are various legislation policies that combat violence against women. My colleague talked about workplace laws that limit sexual harassment and domestic violence. We also know that across many countries that there's been an open space on constitutional provisions that are now able to enable about a significant more than 50% of women to have rights to health, have rights to education, have rights to economic empowerment. But definitely this is far from, when we say the numbers, 20%, 30%, those are far from the desires and the aspirations we have for Africa. So standing here as well as an African woman and who has worked on this continent and seen the progress that has been made, but also speaking, all of us speaking to women and adolescent young girls who are far from that unfinished business, who are far from that promise that our agenda highlights. I'd like to leave you with 4 areas that we plead that over these 2 days that you come up with very concrete decisions and actions. One one is on continuing to promote enabling legislative and policy environments. We know that it is possible for members of parliaments to develop a lot more model laws and enforce and monitor them so that they're domesticated in countries. Model laws we've seen that you develop at either continental or at regional level. We've seen it work as critical tools that drive action and change at the national levels. We also urge and plead with you around enforcement and accountability. One thing is to have legislation, but another is to make sure that those legislation are actually implemented to then address the gaps that we see. Linked to accountability are also peer review mechanisms, such as the one that you have through this conference. A second area is what I highlighted about domestic financing. Sustainable financing is very critical. We are now in an era where we're able to blend finance. So we bring public and we bring private and we bring individual contributions towards a common shared agenda. So please do look into how we can ensure that gender responsive budgeting, gender responsive resources are across all the sectors that are required to ensure gender equality and women's empowerment. The third one is what I highlighted that our organization does, the centrality of population dynamics. We have significant numbers of young people, be it young boys or young girls under the age of 35, who are unemployed, who are poor, who are uneducated, who are not able to access care or health services, including sexual reproductive health and rights services. We have high numbers of teenage pregnancies that are unacceptable. And knowing that we're all women, I know that we are also aware of the consequences, either with unsafe abortion or with fistula or with different illnesses or consequences that our young girls face. So please do rise from this conference with very key actions around equitable access to integrated services, social services, legal reforms that are required to address the ages of consent. It is very important for us to have those conversations and also back those up with gender disaggregated data. We should no longer agree and accept that it's possible for us all to be lumped together. It is very important for us to have gender disaggregated data across all sectors of the economy so that we can actually benchmark progress towards gender equality and women's empowerment. Linked to that as well, the fourth and the last one is around the gender machineries, strengthening these gender machineries with the voice that is required so that we can indeed speak truth to power around accountability. So as UNFPA, we reaffirm our commitment to work with all parliamentary organs. We stand up to be counted. And so please do know that alongside the United Nations system, all of us do come together as one. So please do ensure that we're able to serve you as is required. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your brilliant presentation. I would like now to call upon the representative of the CEO of the African Union Development Agency, Oda Nepad, to take the floor. Mrs. Ernestine Fotabon, please.
Good afternoon. Right. Honorable Chief Fortune Sharumbira, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Amina Tijani Yaya, Chairperson of the Pan-African Women Caucus, the colleagues who have just spoken, representatives of UNFPA, as well as UN Women, distinguished parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. It is a great honor for me to address this August Assembly today, and I bid you greetings from Madam Nandos Bikele Thomas, the Chief Executive Officer of the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD. She's currently on mission, but would have really loved to attend this conference in person, as she is, like all of you, a very strong advocate for women empowerment and quite conversant with issues relating to gender. As a woman in a leadership position, I can only commend the Pan-African Parliament through its senior management and its president in the person of Honorable Chief Charumbira for organizing this conference with great consistency. This is the 13th session that we are having, and I think we can all acknowledge that it's not something that one can take for granted. It takes a lot of commitment and effort and recognition of the importance of the subject to ensure that this conference is held consistently. Women empowerment means her ability to participate equally in social, economic, and the political spheres. Their access to and control over productive resources, access to decent work, control over their own time, an increased voice, a seat on the table, and a meaningful participation in economic decision-making processes at all levels, from the household to the parliaments that you all come from, to international institutions that we all represent. Indeed, women are the backbone of our African societies. When empowered, they foster economic growth and sustainable development. Without their equal and effective participation in all phases of life, the African Union vision of Agenda 2063 will not be attained. I think the previous speakers alluded to, and as we came in, we did see the visuals that were projected on Agenda 2063. We certainly will not attain the vision of Agenda 2063 if women are not fully empowered. As you all know, as far as gender equality is concerned, the trend in Africa are quite discouraging. The gender gap, or the number of years needed to achieve gender equality, is 134.7 years on this continent, compared to 52.1 years for Western Europe, or 68.9 years for Latin America. These are just not numbers. This tells us the challenge that we have in terms of bridging the gender gap. Violence against women and girls is at its highest, with 44% of women and girls having been a victim of violence in sub-Saharan Africa. And the rate of child marriage, which the previous speaker alluded to, is always very high in 15 African countries out of 20 countries in the world plagued by this issue. 15 of them are from our continent. There are also more women in the informal sector or unemployed, and women are still the ones who are performing unpaid job. Again, I think the previous speakers alluded to this. Across the economic sectors, African women play a vital role. Yet, lack of conducive and supportive systems hamper them to reach their full potential. In both centralized and decentralized governance systems, women still tend to lack political voice. In the agricultural sector, and I just chose the sector because our continent is still largely driven by, our economies are still largely driven by what we do in agriculture. 65 to 70% of smallholder farmers on the continent are women. So the food that we eat on our table are largely put on the table by women, yet relative to their male counterparts, they have limited access to productive assets such as land or services or finance. The gender inequalities are a root cause of lower production, of lower food production, lesser income and higher levels of poverty and food insecurity in our continent. The chances to participate in collective action, for instance, as members of agricultural cooperative or water user association, remain critically low. Verily, gender inequalities are a root cause of lower food production, lesser income, and higher levels of poverty and food insecurity in our continent. I think we've heard this before, but just want to highlight that these issues that I just mentioned have been exacerbated by the COVID pandemic. These facts are well known, and when we got the invitation to this conference and we saw the theme of the conference, which is Women Empowerment and Inclusive Governance, we were actually very pleased. And why were we so pleased? We were so pleased because these two themes are the two faces of the same coin. There cannot be true women empowerment without women inclusion in all phases of governance and power. And inclusion in governance inexorably brings empowerment to the group of women in leadership positions. But not only women in leadership positions, but also to the women that they can reach out to, influence, and help at the grassroots level. And I think that is the noble cause of all of you, my sisters who are parliamentarians, and those of us who are working in international organizations. It's not about ourselves, but it's about what we can do to our people and how we can support women at the grassroots level. As you probably know, the institution that I'm representing today, the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, have been through several iterations since it was created in 2003. We have moved from the NEPAD Secretariat to becoming the African Union Planning and Coordinating Agency, and now the Development Agency of the continent. But what has been constant through this evolution is the importance of putting at the center of the work that AUDA does, the empowerment of women. And therefore, through our various programming, we have tried to ensure that women empowerment is mainstream in what we do. In order to achieve this effort, as I said in several of our programming, we have implemented quite a few programs, and I will just highlight just a few. One of the key ones has been the program that we call the NEPAD Spanish Fund for the Empowerment of African Women, with over 20 million euros disbursed over a period of 10 years, and with more than 1.2 million women directly reached through 79 projects in 38 African countries. We've also implemented a program called the Gender Climate Change Agricultural Support Program that has changed the life of thousands of women in Niger, Cameroon, Ethiopia, Malawi, Rwanda, just to name a few, building capacities of female smallholder farmers to improve their livelihoods and to have a ripple effect on society as a whole, knowing that women typically reinvest their earnings and spend up to 90% on their families and communities. Lastly, we have started focusing more on women entrepreneurs with the design and launch of a program called Gender Makes Business Sense. a training program that takes small business owners through basic business concepts while integrating gender dynamics. Through the 100,000 SME initiative and its access to finance pillar, we have worked in partnership with microfinance institutions and grant facilities to ensure that beneficiaries of loans and funds at least are women. 50% of these beneficiaries in this program should be women. As the implementing arm of the African Union, we are working in line with the AU strategy on gender equality, and I think the previous speaker alluded to this, for gender to be mainstream in every entity of the African Union system, the organs and specialized institutions, as well as direct, but more importantly, the African Union member states. For each and every program implemented, we are now trying to ensure that there are gender-responsive activities and that these activities are monitored through identifying women beneficiaries. More recently, the AUD and NEPAD pledged to support women and youth financial economic inclusion. This program was launched in July 2022 in Ghana by the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union and His Excellency President Nana Addo Kufuor of Ghana, to ensure that, who is the gender champion of the African Union. The objective of this initiative is to provide financial literacy training of African women entrepreneurs and training of vulnerable women in the use of digital tools. As far as the inclusion in governance is concerned, we at African Union Development Agency believe that we have to do and work more closely with the Pan-African Parliament Women Caucus for us to provide innovative tools for all the female MPs that they can take and go back to their own national parliaments and be the drivers of change that they are. Ladies and gentlemen, the PAP, or the Pan-African Parliament Conference on Women's Rights, is a pivotal platform for collective review of women issues to effectively address and promote women's advancement in Africa. This platform gives us the opportunity to share experience, to learn from one another, and to be able to outscale and reach out to more actors as a result of what we will be able to learn the next 2 days, but of course what we have learned over the last 13 session of this important conference. But more importantly, I hope this conference will provide us or give us an opportunity to have concrete roadmap on gender mainstreaming through the planning and implementation of gender-focused programs, policies, and activities. At the African Union Development Agency, we are developing the first AU gender strategy that integrates a scaled-up and high-impact gender perspective into AUDA programming. It will provide practical tools to articulate women's needs from the grassroots level and to accurately identify and address the gaps and issues that are still there, including the critical gaps of monitoring and reporting. I think we can all agree that the challenge, the issue is not the legislations or the strategies, because we do have many of those, including the ones from the African Union and the ones that we have at the national level. But the challenge is, how do we move from these frameworks, these policies, to concrete actions on the ground that have an impact on the life of women, that gives an opportunity for participation at the governance level, that gives an opportunity for women to engage in the economic sphere, and that gives an opportunity for women to meet their full potential as actors, economic actors in our countries. One of the weaknesses, and that we need to address, is the ability to be able to monitor these actions. I think the other colleague alluded to. Do we have monitoring, evaluation, and reporting tools? At the African Union level, that's a question, but also at the national level. We have these policies. Do we have the tools to help us to effectively monitor, evaluate, and report back on the performance in the implementation of these policies? Do we have the tools that will help us to identify the gaps? Do we have the tools that will help us to propose corrective measures that will help us to adjust our programming, our budgeting, and the financing that is needed to be able to undertake programs? I think the last 2 days, there have been a big conference, I think it was called Presidential Summit, here in South Africa on gender-based violence. And it was very enlightening just to follow some of the conversation, because those tools are there, the budgets are there, but where are they put? Where is the capacity to monitor? Where is the capacity to act and execute and challenge and penalize those who are committing these very, very, very serious offenses against women? I think we have a responsibility to ensure that those strategies and policies that have been designed, we have mechanisms to have monitoring them, reporting on them, and ensuring that enforcement is happening. So be it Agenda 2063 and the African Union gender policy, or our national development plans with the elements of gender mainstreaming that they incorporate, we do have to be able to monitor them. And this is a huge area where there is gap. And I hope we can reflect on this last 2 days in terms of what kinds of tools do we need? And AUD and NEPAD is very, very ready and willing to work with the Pan-African Parliament and member states to design these tools that can be used. Another area of gap is, that we need to do a bit more is on mentoring the youth, both men and women. Because when we talk about gender empowerment and inclusive participation in governance, we're not just speaking to ourselves. We have to speak to the other half of the population. So mentoring both men and women, young men and women, is critical if we have to address this huge, huge gap that we have in terms of women equality and empowerment in our continent. In conclusion, we believe that we must put in place mechanisms to ensure that women are integrated, are integrally involved and targeted in the design and implementation of economic empowerment and development actions so that their voice is expressed and heard. So starting from the work of the Parliament, where you have the responsibility of passing laws, but also the budgets that are needed to implement programs. That responsibility is a critical one. But that role is not only for the parliamentarians. I think it's a role for society as a whole. Whether you are a civil servant, whether you are working in a non-governmental organization, or whatever your role and responsibilities are, we have to all embrace this cause and look for solutions collectively through these mechanisms, including one like this, to be able to address this very, very serious challenge the continent has. because we're in South Africa, I will stick to South African names. So when the generations of women like Lillian Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, Sophia Williams, Albertina Sisulu, Winnie Mandela, Yama Musa started the fight for inclusion, things were more complicated. But they stood up and they fought. And standing on the shoulders of these women, we can do more. Today we have more platforms where we can come and exchange experience and view, like this one. We have more conferences, we have more opportunities for African leadership. We owe it to the future generation to do something meaningful and remarkable right here. Should not just be another meeting. Right here, right now, our speeches, including the one I'm making, must be meaningful. If we don't, the younger ones coming behind us, our children, our grandchildren, they will ask the question, you have the power, what did you do? So, in conclusion, I will just want to end by borrowing on the words of Maya Angelou, who said, each time a woman stands up for herself, without knowing it possibly, without claiming it, she stands up for all women. Yes. Here you are, women parliamentarians, after having stood up for yourself and your constituency at the national level, we are all gathered here to change the course of the history of our beloved continent. I salute you, I congratulate you, and as a woman leader myself, I am with you. Thank you.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madame Fotabon, for this speech. I have the enormous pleasure now to invite the third Vice President of the PAP, Honorable Lucia dos Passos, to take the floor.
Good afternoon. First and foremost, I'd like to greet the Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, His Excellency Chief Charumbira, for being here with us today. He had a very important meeting with the African Union, and he cancelled to be with us here today just to demonstrate how much he promotes our rights. And I would also like to greet the president of the Pan-African Parliamentary Network of Women, the Minister of Health of Uganda, the vice presidents of the Parliamentary Women's of PAP, and to the distinguished and honorable MPs, and the Speaker of the Senate of Gabon, and the Secretary of State of Higher Education of Cape Verde, and Madam Regional Director of On Women for Southern Africa, the Regional Director for for the Food and Population, and the women leaders, and the Pan-African Organization of Women and the President of the African Court on Human and People's Rights, the ambassadors and representatives of diplomatic corps, the General Secretary of the Pan-African Parliament, the representatives of African Union organs and agencies, representatives of the civil society organization, media professionals, PAP collaborators, distinguished guests. Allow me to reiterate the greetings of the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Chief Fortune Charumbira, and of the Bureau of this Continental Parliament, which represents 54 member states. As in our capacity as hosts, we are very much pleased with your presence here and the contribution that you will surely give to the debate that we hope to have in these forthcoming 2 days, wherein we share common values of democracy, liberty, tolerance, and promote and protection of human rights, the gender equality, women's empowerment, the legal framework, and regulatory framework which aims to promote employment and investment in women, as well as the ratification of the Maputo Protocol, are very important topics that are going to be addressed here. Ladies and gentlemen, history tells us that African women are the backbone of our continent, as affectionately sings Brazilian musician Chico César in the song Mama Africa. From that music, we can draw the power, the strength, the responsibility that African women carry with them. Women were in the front line in the struggle for decolonization, as well as in peace and security processes in conflicts that ensued in many of our countries. We still have conflicts today, and women are in the front line fighting for peace and security. As a result of that effort, we have Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security. Esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, there are many heroines who are unknown and are making difference in their spheres of activity, in their communities, as well as during the years of struggle, but few have gained the space in both political and governance structures. Today, in this august house, we have two brave women leaders who are empowered, who with tenacity and determination have led their regional caucuses and in adversity managed to obtain consensus in the revision of our rules of Pan-African Parliament, which is going to implement a new dynamics and instill respect for our Parliament. Let us put hands together for our colleagues, Pemi Majodina and Janet Kabila. Thank you so much. According to the first African Barometer on Participation of Women in Politics of 2021, women constitute 24% of the 12,113 MPs in Africa, 25% in lower chambers, and 20% in upper chambers of parliament. This percentage is far from the minimum of gender parity required of 40%, but we rest assured that these MPs and we here in this parliament, we will make a difference in the lives of our girls and women who live in extreme poverty and suffer from gender-based violence, genital mutilation, child marriage, and lack of access to financing and land in our member state countries. Ladies and gentlemen, it's true that the Maputo Protocol, adopted in 2003 by the African Union member states, established an important milestone in the consolidation of the rights of African women, for it provides for women's participation in political and social processes on an equal footing as men, the right to control their own reproductive health and food security and other measures. However, we still have certain countries that are yet to ratify this protocol, and would like to take this opportunity to appeal to the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Family, Youth, in collaboration with the Women's Caucuses, to speed up advocacy in those countries that are yet to ratify the Maputo Protocol, which ensures the rights of our girls and women at a continental level. Our states have made major strides. A lot has been done in terms of access to education, healthcare, the fight against sexual abuse, gender-based violence. However, challenges still persist in terms of economic vulnerability, access to employment, and participation in decision-making processes. Investing strongly, we have to invest strongly in parliamentary diplomacy and foster solidarity among women who have attained high positions of power in decision-making structures, for us to be able to eliminate cultural barriers which are hampering the emancipation and empowerment of women on our continent. It's worth bearing in mind that Aspiration 6 of 2063 agenda indicates that we have to have women in decision-making structures, regardless of sex and political affiliation, religion, etc., and empowerment of women in all spheres with social, political, and economic equality, and including the right to own land, sign contracts, register and manage enterprises, and enable rural women access to means of production, land, credit, and access to financial services, and eliminate gender discrimination, both social, economic, and political, against women and girls, and attain gender equality, with women attaining at least 50% of political or public positions and half of the management positions in public and private companies. Women represent 50% of the African population, but they're still greatly underrepresented in leadership positions and in terms of investment, finance, and companies. However, the contribution of women in our economies is very clear in agriculture, environment, entrepreneurship, governance, ITCs, health, arts, science, and other fields. And today, we're going to have in this room art that shows the capacity of women in the area of art and culture. We have women who also are giving their contribution, and it is an unquantified contribution through unpaid work, which has to be valued. Women who are called domestic women, who stay at home looking after the family. Their work has to be appreciated because it contributes that today we have presidents of republics, prime ministers, and women governors, women ministers, MPs, and presidents who lead with gender equality issues. Women face systemic hurdles in starting up, growing, and sustaining their companies, and through financial programs to support the women. There's still a need for financing and investment in risk capital, and we should also make use of opportunities that accrue from the African Continental Free Trade Area. Ladies and gentlemen, PAP since its establishment in 2004, has embarked in various activities, including the Maputo Protocol, as for part of its efforts in order to protect the power of women and improve gender equality. The Committee on Gender, which has a mandate to review gender-related issues, recently has put forward a draft resolution for a gender parity law in Africa, which is going to be tabled to this parliament during this session for review. We aim with this draft legislation to create a harmonized legislation on the continent for the promotion and protection of the rights of women, and we hope that it will be a significant contribution in order to close the gap between the differences between men and women in civil, political, economic, social, and cultural spheres at the national and international levels. I would like to welcome our member states that have heeded the message and have initiated gender parity measures so that women can achieve decision-making positions. And would like to highlight Rwanda, Senegal, South Africa, Cape Verde, whose the percentage of political participation of women is between 38 and 60%. And we would like to congratulate these countries. Other countries like Sierra Leone, Tunisia, Morocco, Guinea, Kenya have also started the strides in order to attain gender parity. And the Gender Committee are working with Parliamentary Women's Network and who have visited the countries that have attained these levels. But we want a representation of women that have to have influence in leadership. Hence, we need effective participation of women in decision-making processes and governance. And before I conclude, allow me to welcome the efforts undertaken by African Union member states towards promoting gender equality, which have been translated into the 2010-2020 declaration, which is the African Decade for Gender Equality, and 2020-2030 as the decade of financial and economic inclusion of women, as well as the flagship program, which is the initiative Women and Youth towards financial inclusion. The Women's Decade requires mechanisms that will enable women to have access to decent work, quality education, protection in terms of health, access to land, access to inheritance, and to be able to open bank accounts and have financial autonomy and have autonomy on their bodies and to control their destiny. We have to look at parity, gender parity, as a collective responsibility of the society, and we cannot have women and girls excluded from full participation in society. Hence, I would like to reiterate here our resolute commitment to engage with international partners in order to be with the African women and put in place conditions and eradicate barriers so that they can exercise their role as transformation agents, development agents for our continent. I would like to repeat, we women are the agents of transformation and development. And we are the hope of this continent in terms of taking women and family out of poverty. Thank you.
Somos a esperança.
We are the hope and the alternative for good governance, for the implementation of the Constitution in our member states. I hereby declare with these words open the conference of the Pan-African Parliament on Women's Rights, entitled Women's Empowerment in Governance. Thank you very much.
Antes de iniciarmos o debate, estando aqui presente na sala.
Before we start the debate, we have the President of Pan-African Parliament here in the chamber, and we would like to invite him to address a solidarity message to this conference, which is of extreme importance for the Pan-African Parliament. And as I said at the beginning, he's an important promoter of gender equality. Your Excellency, I would like to invite you to address the participants with your message of solidarity at this third conference of women. Thank you very much, sir.
Pedimos uma salva de palmas mais forte para o nosso presidente.
Please, let's put our hands together for our president. Honorable President, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I think it's bonsoir now, eh? Bonjour, bonsoir. Habari za mchana. Uko wapi?
Where are you? Thank you very much.
You know, this, before I salute, I don't have the full salutation. I don't have the list of who is here. I don't have, as I don't know where I should start from. I just know that we have our chair of the Women's Caucus, Honorable Amina Tijan Yaya, that I know. And I know that we have vice presidents, first of the main bureau, and we are led here by Vice President Passos Lucia, with Honorable Gayo, Vice President, Honorable Ango, Vice President, and yeah, I'm trying not to make a mistake. Then we have these vice presidents seated here of the Women's Caucus. Côte d'Ivoire, my very good friend. Egypt, Malawi, Uganda. Can you rise so that they see you? Yes. You can take your seat. I think we should have included here one more person. Yeah, she's there. Honorable Mariam Dao. Côte d'Ivoire, I can rise. Thank you. You see, don't look at the speech in terms of speech. I'm just talking. You know, at PAP, we are moving ahead from the yokes of the past, where the women had their own category and the men another category. So to make sure we move faster, one thing we've done, we have two committees. There's the Women's Caucus, but we still have a gender committee. You understand the English? Or the French translation or interpretation? We have a Women's Caucus for women only, and chaired and deputized by women. Then we have a committee on gender. Again, the head is a woman. Yeah, we are trying our best. Our records show that where we have problems, where there was war in Mali, I remember it was Mali, where we sent some missions to see the effects. I think we have 3 missions where we've sent PAP delegations to see and assess the negative impact on women as a result of military coups or some conflicts, just particularly on women. I'm saying this because we respect women. I want to say I recognize the head of caucuses also in this room, committee chairpersons in this room, and there are diplomats, but I've seen one sitting close to me. She's here. I mean, I've forgotten the name, but she's Senegal. The ambassador of Senegal, she's sitting there. Any other ambassadors other than Senegal? Oh, thank you very much. Countries? Angola. And, sorry? Norway. Oh, yes, another one. Sorry?
Seychelles.
This, another one where? Kenya. Kenya, karibu. Asante. You see, Your Excellencies, I'm now addressing the ambassadors. See, Your Excellencies, and all women who have come from outside South Africa, can you raise your hand? Those who came from outside South Africa, women for this conference, they are not MPs, those who came from outside South Africa. No, participation. Who have come for this conference, but they are not from South Africa. They came from outside South Africa. Sorry, stand up. Stand up, I think we see you. Yes, you see now. You see now. Look. We want to clap for them. Yes, you can take your seats. You know, every African woman is beautiful. You know what makes you beautiful? The quality of your skin, of our skin. Africans, whether appear like white, black, but as long as you are from Africa, we beat those in Europe and America because of the quality of our skin. You see, if the others from outside come to Africa and you walk with them in the sun just for 30 minutes, they turn something else. The whole skin is sort of bent. Our skins, you can walk the whole day, but it remains original. So, thank you very much. You know, I to ask those from outside South Africa to stand up because this 13th conference at PAP is the 13th, as has been mentioned. And what is the main objective? We are trying to fulfill as Pan-African Parliament. One of the objectives and functions of this Continental Parliament is to offer a platform. And this is a very important response. It's actually in the Article 17. It says we should provide a platform for African citizens, today for African women, to meet and interrogate issues that affect women on the continent or in the world. We want to increase the budget and have more women to come from the continent. Yeah, I think we'll be pushing the bureau. They are here, members of the bureau. I think we should start working on how can we even double this number next year. Yes, we need to double this number so that we have more people also who speak on our behalf of Pan-African Parliament. They will tell the story out there that we are giving this platform, and it's very, very important. I cannot go into issues that affect women. Our experts who know about women better, they went through all that. I was listening. All the issues have been narrated. My role is to say, see, the theme, women empowerment and inclusion in governance. After this workshop, tomorrow, I think we need to come up with a very clear, practical list which says women empowerment. You know, this women empowerment word, empowerment, has been used to please a lot of people, but without seriousness. The youth empowerment, very common. But if you go around the youth, they are not even empowered. But if the terminology, I think that's 20, 30, 50 years. The empowerment, it looks very nice. But what are you? Well, let's open this port and check inside of empowerment. What is inside empowerment? And I see the women here, there. And I see Auda Nepad. They gave a very detailed presentation. But my plea is, have we ever opened this port written outside, women empowerment? Have we opened the port and seen what is inside? We were just impressed by the color outside, women empowerment, and we carried the port of women empowerment. And you see, in politics, I've seen politicians winning elections just by using the word empowerment. I'll empower you. And people feel very good. And the youth are the worst victims of that term. For women, it's better. There are certain things that we can now point out. There is a number of women in parliament. So this word empowerment can be very elusive. Sometimes it's a mirage. It is a mirage. Looking as if I'll get there, I'll get there, I'll get there, I'll get there. And you end up in Cairo without actually touching empowerment. So my word is this conference should look into the pot of empowerment. What is that? What are the ingredients, the actual ones? Of course, one is the language. In terms of language, we are very rich. Empowerment, women mainstreaming. I think I heard of that word before I even got into parliament. About gender mainstreaming. Gender mainstreaming. And here presenters use the word. Again, I want to go beyond the word. What is inside, what is the main? What is it, what is the main? And what is the stream there? In mainstreaming, what does main mean? What does stream mean? So what is the exact thing that is tangible when we use these words? You all have been to workshops a lot, and this gender mainstreaming, it comes out very often. But practically, what is it? You see, let's avoid these political niceties where we want to just please women. People should be accountable for the language that they use. So when we say mainstreaming, gender mainstreaming in the budgets, most of these MPs or parliaments, do we really see the real gender in national budgets? Mainstreaming, yeah, here and there, maybe in the Ministry of Women's Affairs, you can mention something. But I think it's good for Africa and for the world. You see, in this parliament, some of the best brains in terms of speaking and contribution comes from women in this continental parliament. So anyone who has interacted with the women at a serious level, you can't underestimate them. This fallacy of saying because they are women, look, it was an attitude. It was just an attitude. My own wife, if we do, look, she's very good. Anything that is mathematical, qualified up to university. When I do mathematics, she beats me. If it's mathematics, she beats me. Because I beat her in other areas, several, I beat her. But there was she then beats me in mathematics. She's a quantitative, whatever I can get educated, whether it's MBA, statistics, whatever, quantitative, excellent. Excellent. So why should I then think that women are inferior? I have no reason. I've seen women of capacity. But how do we implement and include the women in governance? We should start, you see, governance, unfortunately, is all about politics. Power. The issue of power. I think we should, I know there are some laws, how many women in parliament is very good. But some countries are far, 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 others are behind. Ethiopia, I've just been shown here, out of, 20 ministers, 11 are female ministers. I'm one person who is very convinced in life now that if you want to reduce the number of crooks in governance, appoint more women. Yeah, give women of this gift from God. It's just a gift. That they are patient. They don't want to use corrupt means to gain. We are complaining about corruption in the world. I tell you, the moment we say, oh no, I know it's not possible because women resist, but the moment we have women in critical positions where resources are distributed, the incidence of corruption will go down. Because the woman is always saying, look, if I steal and I'm arrested, what of my children? What of my children? Who will remain with my children? And because of that, they don't touch what is not theirs. Men don't mind, one of them are men. They don't mind the consequences that they are in prison. So, these are facts. We need to, like in government, wherever there is responsibility for resources, let's give to women. I'm looking at my own country, Zimbabwe, and if I can imagine all the people that have been caught in corrupt activities, ministers, whatever, I can't think of a woman. I can only remember men who have been in trouble about corruption, not a woman. And that's very, very, very. And if you find a woman having been involved, it's because that woman has just slept on the job. She was not suspecting that something is happening around her, and in the end, she just gets into trouble. So I'm here seriously to say this inclusion in the governance is actually a solution to our governance problems. I don't know what resolution you come up with tomorrow. That how can we make sure that we have women in these positions? And it is true. The issue of corruption has killed us. And we need responsible people. So this workshop chair should come up with something. But let me go to teenage pregnancies. I'm a chief, a true one. I resolve disputes. If there's one area which frustrates my office as chief, is teenage pregnancies. That one is very bad. It's so bad. some 16, 17, 18, girl comes, is pregnant. Who is the father? Sometimes the boy will come and say, I'm responsible, but I don't want, they'll admit, yes, I'm responsible, but I don't want to take care. Where does she go in that state? And they will neglect even the child. And this is one crime that the women conferences should address. There are a lot of women who I come across. So who is the father? I don't even know where he is. So is he taking care? No, I doesn't even mind. Even if you call him, he should exchange the numbers. Why do we let people do such things? Why as women do we let men behave like that? I think we need to come up with some more dynamic. It's a crime to go out with Felicia and suspecting poor ladies, you impregnate them, and in the end, you run away and you say, I am not going to do anything about them. And you know, then you see them in the street with a baby behind there, they are selling tomatoes. No, that's very unfair. And we need to address that one. Yes. But I heard in Egypt, and Boranda is here. In Egypt, last time I visited, I was told, but I can't remember whether it was a taxi driver or my driver was driving me, then the chauffeur. I think he said, in Egypt, if you make anyone pregnant, and then you say you don't want, you've been told, hey, Boranda, can you help me? Because I can't remember what I heard. What is the law in Egypt? I think it's very strict.
Actually, this is very rare to occur, but if it happened, he has to marry the girl, and he has to confess that this baby is his, and will be written by his name by force. By the court.
I don't mind if we introduce such laws, because young girls have suffered in this world. Men should not go around playing with the women or girls when they are not serious about the consequences. So I think the Egyptian law, we should find more about it. We could make it one of the resolutions. Yes, I'm not. It's very bad in our society. But anyway, I said I'm just talking, I'm not making a speech. And in my talking, I think I've finished talking. I've finished talking. Please, we bless the Bureau of this Parliament, blesses this conference. We are with you up to the end. Yes. We may go out sometimes just to answer calls or whatever, but we are part of the conference. We are here until you close tomorrow. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. President. I think we opened the conference a few minutes ago, but with the word of our President, we already finished all the thematics because he have touched on the issue of education, health, governance. So we'd like really to give him a round of applause, please. La session prochaine va procéder.
The next session will be about unveiling of art sculptures. The Pan-African Parliament, as you know, is a platform that gives opportunity for women and men to express themselves about what the aspirations of our people are, about their wishes. So this conference also gives the opportunity to artists to express what we say with words, or what we say in writing, in the art that they execute, whether it be poems, dance. And this year we have the honor of welcoming an artist, Mrs. Dora Prevost, who is a sculpture artist based on themes that were raised in your speeches so far. I'm going to invite Ms. Dora Prevost to introduce her art sculptures first on the screen, and then we will ask the chairperson of the PAP Women Caucus to proceed afterwards.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. It's an honor for me to be here today. Thank you to the Pan-African Parliament for having me today. Your Excellency, Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Vice President of the Parliament, Honorable President of the Women Caucus, Honorable Vice Presidents, Honorable Members, distinguished delegates and guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My name is Dora Prevost. I am a daughter, a sister, a mother, a wife, and I'm an artist. My art pieces that you will discover today represent the voice of women and the voice of the unheard. Today, I stand before you so that together we can speak out, share, and raise our voices for women empowerment and to fight against gender-based violence. I've been putting a series of work for the past 5 years around sexual violence against women. I want to share with you the story of Bibiane today that you see in the picture. I was so touched and inspired by this picture that you see when I was scouting. Bibiane is from the South Kivu in the DRC, and she was photographed with tears streaming down on her face. She had been captured and raped over 3 days in a forest. When she was released and her husband heard about the rape, he abandoned her. Bibiane found out later that she was HIV positive and pregnant. Bibiane is just one of the millions of women in Africa and worldwide victims of sexual and gender-based violence. An artist's work is a reflection and mirror of her society. Art is very powerful. It's a very powerful catalyst that may spark dialogue. That's why we're all here today, especially regarding very sensitive and uncomfortable issues. Let's not keep quiet. We are those women. We are Bibiane. They are our grandmothers, our mothers, our sisters, and our daughters. Let's help our daughters to grow up in an environment without constant fear for their safety. I am today claiming the right to freedom and safety that are inherent to every person. For that, we all have to put our hands together and fight this scourge. Let's stop the blah blah and finally act. I believe that art is an universal language, and I want to use this medium to raise awareness. Let's educate our sons for gender justice. Remember, being silent is being on the side of the oppressor. I thank you.
Merci, Madame. J'invite.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite the chairperson of the PAP Women Caucus, Honorable Amina Tijani Yahya, to walk towards the sculptures. Thank you, Mrs. Wawa. I invite the Vice Chair of the Bureau to accompany me. Thank you for the unveiling of the sculptures.
So I've just represented here 4 women who are victims of violence and different kind of violence. To summarize everything that we just say, I think I don't even have to say anything because the art is speaking by itself. There is child trafficking.
Moderator.
We've been selling our
Excuse
kids,
me.
closing eyes with money,
We are requesting
and selling
that
our
you put
daughters. And then we
Yes.
have, of course, and this is a situation which is very real. There is violence in the marriage. There is abuse in the marriage. We don't talk about it, but it is present. So I've represented also another kind of violence here. And then the war happening, especially in my country in the east of Congo, still today, fighting and abusing women, raping women like Bibiane. And then here I just represented the megaphone because we don't have any voice. No one is listening to us. The megaphone here is just for us to have a voice, shouting out so that everyone can put the hand together and help us. We have enough of this violence and we have to stand and do something about it. That's why we're here today and really hoping that these 2 days is really gonna bring something very significant in our life, the life of our daughters and our children. I thank you, and I really just want to show you around. And then, like I said, everything is speaking about it by itself. Here we have the women, they cannot talk, so I represent here that there is stitches on the mouth, because again, we are unheard. We've been crying over and over, but nothing is really happening. Thank you.
Merci, Madame.
This one
Dora.
is also, we're not only going through psychological violence, it's also physical. The raping that's happening, our daughters are giving birth at 13 years old, 12 years old. I mean, this is unacceptable. What happened to our body? Our body is traumatized, full of stitches, psychological traumatized, and then our body is also suffering. So here the mirror that I represent, just to say enough is enough. We want to break the silence and be free. Thank you.
Merci, Madame Prévost.
Thank you, Mrs. Prévost. Honorable Chairperson, we invite you to take your seats once again.
Merci, Honorable Présidente. Avant que nous...
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Before a 10-minute break, I'd like to extend our apologies for a modification in our program because the first session has been abandoned. We will go straight to session 2. I'd like to invite the speakers of this session to get ready. I'd like also to indicate that a number of documents have been circulated, and attendance, including an attendance sheet, as well as a paper in yellow color, which is a form, a speaking list. So if you wish to take the floor, please write down your name, and the floor will be given to you on the theme you would wish to step in for. And I would like to recall also that each speaker has 3 minutes. We've also invited members of the civil society organizations who honored us with their presence, and they also circulated documents or submitted documents on their work, and you can find their flyers at the entrance. So let's have a 10-minute break. Thank you.
Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats so that we can begin with the first panel of this conference. I would like to call to the podium Dr. Amia Ochizi and also Madame Maureen Oyahu. Madame Tapiwa Uchizi, Dr. Tapiwa Uchizi, if you can come and join me on the stage, and Madame Maureen Oliaro, can you also come up to the stage, please?
Oui, venez s'il vous plaît.
Please come forward to the front. Madame Maureen Oliaro, Dr. Tapiwa Uchizi, please come to the front.
Yes. Please take a seat there. Thank you.
Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Before we begin with this panel, I would like to thank you for being here and tell you what a pleasure it is for me to be participating in this conference, particularly with regards to the situation of women in my country and on the African continent. This conference is absolutely crucial, and it gives me a hope that we will be able to accelerate our efforts for women in Africa. In the fight for gender equality, we need to work fast, and we need to work on several different levels. And currently, we are working on laws that are meant to facilitate action. And in terms of equality between men and women, we need to first open the consciousness of people to this possibility. We need to have MPs, female MPs like yourselves, to become models for the youth. We need to help the youth to avoid our mistakes of the past and our failures of the past. And we need to develop a system that has already begun, a system of mentorship. And this is a system that will increase gender parity. We need to understand that as women, we are in a privileged position, and we need to think about those who are going to take our place one day and follow us. And we need to ensure that everybody has an equal opportunity to be able to fulfill their ambitions. We have a huge responsibility, way beyond our political responsibilities. We have to ensure that the laws that are necessary for gender parity are voted in our various countries. Furthermore, we have the right and the responsibility to make sure that the laws that are discussed in our parliaments are not laws that will be prejudicial to women. We need to make sure that our budgets are gender sensitive. I know that these are difficult tasks, but we need to put our shoulders to the wheel. We must act now. And so to begin our discussion on champions of gender equality and women's empowerment, we are going to listen to two exceptional women, Dr. Tapiwa Uchizi and Madam Maureen Olyaro. And I would like to first give the floor to Dr. Tapiwa Uchizi, who is going to talk about international and continental commitments and mentoring youth, men, and women. Thank you, Doctor.
Madam Chair, and I will try to be brief, and I'm really honored to be here, and I needed really to appreciate and applaud all the progressive men that are still with us in this. You are our he for she's, and we know that with your presence, we will going to push the gender agenda together, and this demonstrates that we are together and we're really protected. And of course, recognizing, of course, in absentia, the PAP President, His Excellency Chief Fortune Chirambo. Well, I think I've got a task here to highlight some of the international and continental instruments within which, as the African Union, we are operating under the umbrella of promoting and enhancing gender equality and women's empowerment. And of course, I'll just highlight some few of the legislative and policy framework, some political decisions, and women's rights calendars. Well, of course, we do have the statutes of the African Union Commission, the AU Constitutive Act, the Agenda 2063, the Maputo Protocol, the Solemn Declaration on Gender Equality in Africa, the AU Gender Policy, the AU Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Strategy of 2018 to 2028, the African Women's Decade 2010 to 2020, and now currently we're in the decade of financial and economic inclusion of 2020 to 2030. And lastly, the Trust Fund for African Women, which used to be called the Fund for African Women. Within the establishment framework that we're operating, and this is important that we highlight some of this because as African Union would want to advance our own instruments across the continent, we need to know them very well so that we are able to advocate within our jurisdiction for that work. So Article 12, of course, of the Statutes of the Commission of the African Union recognizes gender as a cross-cutting issue through all portfolios of the Commission. The establishment of a special unit in the office of the chairperson to coordinate activities and programs of the Commission related to gender, and of course, the establishment of the Women, Gender and Development Directorate in 2010, which currently I am in, has been integrated with the youth agenda. So we're having women, gender, and youth within the African Union Commission. Of course, we've talked about the constitutional framework, that is the AU Constitutive Act. Article 3 and 4 commits the union itself to function according to the principles of gender equality and to ensure the effective participation of women in decision-making process, especially in the economic, political, and social cultural arenas. And then, of course, in 2018, a momentum occasion happened whereby there was an adoption of gender parity principle, and the 2018 gender parity decision itself that was adopted, ensuring that, well, we do have 50-50 representation of women across the AU itself. Well, within the development framework that we're having, that we all know is the Agenda 2063, and we're pleased that indeed when we're coming in, the animation was on board. And that, of course, gender equality is emphasized as a cross-cutting issue across all aspirations that we're having, and especially Aspiration 6, which focuses on including women in decision-making processes regardless of their political or religious or ethnic affiliation, and attaining full gender parity with women occupying at least 50% of elected public offices at all levels of society. And also by fully empowering women with equal social, political, and economic rights. Last but not least, the aspect of eliminating gender-based violence and discrimination. This has been re-emphasized during the opening ceremony by all our distinguished speakers and guests. We do also have the legal framework, as we all know, and mainly it's the Maputo Protocol on Women's Rights, which of course we call the Africa's Bill of Women's Rights in essence. It's a first comprehensive legally binding instrument on the promotion and protection of women's human rights in Africa. It guarantees comprehensive rights of women, for instance, the rights to inheritance, peace, health, political participation, economic justice, reproductive health, etc. Currently, in 2020, we were supposed to have ratified that. We had it on our own Maputo Protocol project, commitment that was made by our member states, that by 2020 we would have ratified Maputo Protocol within our 55 member states. However, as we speak, we only have 43 member states that have ratified Maputo Protocol, the latest being Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, who submitted instruments of ratification to the African Union. And 12 of them are outstanding. That is Botswana, Burundi, Chad, Egypt, Morocco, Niger, Central African Republic, Eritrea, Madagascar, South Sudan, and Somalia. Of course, tomorrow I will be discussing and having to make a plea on the ratification. So I'll not get into what's happening there for now, but that's something that we'll talk about tomorrow, and then seeing how best our parliamentarians within those particular country and member states can help so that we are indeed reaching that part. The reporting framework that we're having within the Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment, the framework that we're operating with is through the Solemn Declaration on Gender Equality in Africa, SDGA. It is an accountability mechanism to strengthen ownership of gender equality. If you look at it, operative paragraph 12 commits the African Union and heads of state and government to report annually on their progress in mainstreaming gender equality and implementing the SDGA. We do that, and we compile at African Union level after the member states have submitted, and every year we do present, and it's being adopted by the Specialized Technical Committee on Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment during our ministerial meeting. The current one for 2021, we only have 16 member states that have reported, and which is a huge problem. And of course, the RECs do, as well as other organs who are expected to do so, even including PAP. But we do not receive that. We do not receive any. So just to put it on the floor. And then, of course, operative paragraph 13 obliges the chairperson of the African Union to submit an annual report on measures taken to implement gender equality and to mainstream gender equality within the African Union Commission, as well as at regional level. I'll skip through the AU gender policy because we did have an assessment of it that led now to the development of the first African Union Strategy for Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment, 2018 to 2018, which we'll mention about it later. Well, the implementation framework that we're having is that of the African Women's Decade. The AWD aims to advance gender equality and women's empowerment through the acceleration of the implementation of global and regional decisions and commitments on the gender equality and women's empowerment. It had, the first one, 2010 to 2020, had 10 themes, which were implemented fully on an annual basis, through which the financial support of the Fund for African Women was created. So we did complete the AWD 2010 to 2020, which focused on grassroots approaches to gender equality and women's empowerment. And currently, we are focusing on the women's financial and economic inclusion, so 2020 to 2030. And as I mentioned, the strategy itself, that's the strategy framework. I would just highlight the 4 key pillars that is stipulated. And I'm saying this is because those are part of what we are expected to deliver on and implement as member states. The first pillar, of course, focuses on maximizing opportunities, outcomes, and e-tech dividends. The second pillar focuses on dignity, security, and resilience. The third pillar focuses on effective laws, policies, and institutions. Pillar number 4 is on leadership, voice, and visibility. That's where we're looking at the issue of gender parity coming into play. The financial framework that we're operating at the African Union level is that of the Fund for African Women, which currently has been redesigned into a trust fund for African women. This is an financial implementing mechanism of the African Women's Decade. It was also established in 2010 when the decade was launched. It's mainly an AU's financial mechanism to implement and mobilize resources for programs and projects under the African Women's Decade. Each year, the African Union's operational budget allocates a minimum of 0.5% of its resources to women's economic empowerment projects. And this is done through a steering committee. And so far, close to about, I think, 800 million resources were mobilized. However, it has its own challenges. That's why the ministers in charge of gender and women's affairs decided that, well, we need to develop it as a trust fund so that we can pull in more resources into it, and then we're able to implement in earnest. So the internal processes are over, and then we'll see more resources coming on board to be implemented. So its beneficiaries are African women organizations at that continental level. I will just conclude by highlighting, I'll conclude by highlighting on the policy decisions that have taken place that shapes our promotion of gender equality and women's empowerment across the continent. Well, you're talking of the 2022 Assembly decision with the appointment of a champion on positive masculinity and the Kinshasa Declaration of Positive Masculinity on Leadership to End Violence Against Women and Girls. This is very crucial, and that's why I started by saying we are happy that, well, we do have progressive men within us, because that's the forum that we need to ensure, because we can't do it alone. And there's that which is being headed by the president of DRC, His Excellency Tshisekedi, and currently now, next week, will be in Dakar, Senegal, because that's where the conference is taking place on positive masculinity with our heads and states. So it's something that we're looking at the decisions of the Assembly that really pushes in terms of that. I think with regards to gender parity, I mentioned already the decision in 2018 as well, and also 2017 decision of the Assembly, decision 621, granting the Pan-African Women's Organization PAO to be having a status of an AU specialized agency. You know, the OAU, before it was formed, we had power. So it was very, very important that we're through, power, being granted the AU status of specialized agency is something very unique for us on the continent. So let me just pause here. I think we've got quite a lot to talk about, but I just wanted to situate our discussion by starting with understanding what our legislative policy framework, financial framework, strategy frameworks that we are having, and then it's at our disposal where we can, enhance gender equality, autonomous empowerment. Over to you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tapiwa. Mrs. Maureen Oliaro, is it? Am I right?
Yeah, my name is Dorothy Otieno. I'm standing in for Maureen Oliaro.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay, and you're coming from Femnet?
From Femnet.
Okay, thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you. I don't know whether my slide will be projected. My battery is running low, but I'll start. Yes, it is there. Thank you so much. Like I said, my name is Dorothy Otieno from the African Women's Development and Communication Network. I'm standing in for my colleague Maureen Oliaro. Let me just start by introducing Femnet. We are a Pan-African feminist membership organization. We are based in Nairobi. It is a membership network of individuals and women's rights organizations, which cuts across Africa. We are in all the African countries and even in the diaspora. Femnet was started in 1988, and we exist to facilitate and coordinate the sharing of experiences, information, strategies of human rights, and human rights promotion. We are a strategic convener. We mobilize women of Africa in spaces where we facilitate conversations around transformative women's leadership, violence against women and girls, ending sexual reproductive and health rights, and also on matters to do with climate justice. Like I said, we are a regional organization, and our work mainly entails bringing all African together. Our vision is to ensure that all African women and girls live in dignity and they thrive in their well-being, free from patriarchy and neoliberal oppression. This topic that we want to cover this day on the role of women legislator, I want to thank Dr. Tapiwa. She's done a great job in introducing the legislative and the legal framework, so I won't dwell so much on that, and also in the interest of time. But just to say that legislation has a mandate to the women legislators to enact laws and policies and also represent the voices of the people because they are elected to represent the people. And lastly, to work on the oversight, just ensuring accountability. When we look on the women's rights and protection against discrimination, we've divided it into four main areas. Number one being workplace rights that the legislators as a whole need to look on, issues to do with decent work, issues to do with promotions, issues to do with, without discrimination over gender at the workplace, issues to do with prevention of violence and harmful practices, the FGM. Our guest of honor talked about teenage pregnancies, early marriages and all that, which are also, have legal frameworks that ensure that such is taken care of. The political voice is very critical in ensuring women's equal and meaningful participation in decision-making, whether in public or private life. And lastly, access to financial services, which Dr. Tapiwa has also talked about. And for me, it's just to say that when we handle the issue of voice, political voice, we are in a position to tackle the rest of the other indicators. I won't dwell so much on the legal framework. Dr. Tapiwa did a wonderful job on that, only to mention that we have national frameworks, the constitutions, the bills, the policies that are enacted at the parliament. We also have the sub-regional frameworks, including the East African communities, the SADC, the ECOWAS, and so on. We also have regional frameworks. She mentioned comprehensively about the Maputo Protocol and the global frameworks, which include the CEDAW, the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, and including the Sustainable Development Goal, and more specifically on Goal 5, which talks on gender equality. I want to say that for us to advance women's rights and protect them from discrimination, women members of parliament, but even before I go there, every time I wonder and ask, why are we talking about women legislators? I think it should just be legislators, yeah? Because when we're talking about gender equality, it should be equal, and the issue of women leaders, women parliamentarians should not come into force. But we are here because of the discrimination that has existed since time immemorial. So we are saying for us to advance women's gender equality, women parliamentarians cannot work on their own, or the parliament as a function cannot work on its own. They need to work together with stakeholders who include the African women and girls. We need to work with the parliamentarians so that we can be able to advance the issue of gender equality. We need to work with women's rights organizations and civil society organizations. They need to work with political leaders that cuts across. They need to work with policymakers at the national level, at the local level, at the regional level, and such. They need to work with election management bodies, especially when we talk about political participation. They need to work with male allies, and I want to also congratulate the men in the House who are, supporting. Thank you so much. We acknowledge and we really appreciate the work you're doing when it comes to women empowerment and gender equality. The governments need to come in force, working with local governments, regional governments, and also national governments. We also need to work with the media. Media has been used, has been a platform that is meant to unite, but unfortunately, at some point, we get biased reporting from the media. And so it is a high time that we work with the media to ensure the issue of gender equality are looked into in a fair manner. Also, the religious and cultural leaders. We all know as women how culture and religion has put us on the periphery. And so we don't need to work away from them, but bring them on board so that we can have discourse on how we can advance gender equality. We also need to work with the regional economic communities and also the development partners. Next slide. So which are some of these advocacy spaces that we need to, make use of in terms of advancing gender equality? One of the key elements that we usually forget is the community. And there are people who are left at voting level, and they play a critical role. I know some constitutions are very vibrant, and they allow for community public participation, where members of parliament have to go and engage because they represent the voice of the people. And so they have to engage them in decision making at that level. So community is very key. Then the National Assembly, of course, our National Assembly, some assemblies are bicameral like Kenya. Some assemblies are unicameral. Some assemblies, we have the counties or municipal assemblies and all that. So those assemblies are advocacy spaces where we can continue advancing the issue of gender equality. The regional parliaments, we have the East African Legislative Assembly. We have the Pan-African Assembly, which we are today in as a great advocacy space. We have the SADC and so on. The regional economic communities, the ECOWAS, the EAC, the COMESA, those are spaces that we can continue advancing the issue of gender equality. Then we have the regional forums like the African Regional Forum for Sustainable Development, which normally happen in the month of February. Then we have the AU, we have then lastly, the global advocacy spaces. We have the CSW, which normally comes in March. We have the Generation Equality Forum. We have the COP conference that is coming up next week in Egypt. We have, the ILO, International ILO conference. We have the high-level political forum. We have the Interparliamentary Union that really, I think the 140 fifth forum that was held in Kigali just the other day really emphasized and prioritized on the issue of gender equality, advancing gender equality. So we need to continue pushing for accountability. But let me just ask, are we there yet? And don't be distracted by those faces. A disclaimer, they're not like the final faces of African women leaders. I know in this space we are all leaders and we're doing amazing work. But just to say there is a question mark. There are so many people who are not in this space. The young people, women with disability, the intersectional, the binary women. So that question mark, we're asking, who is not in this space? Because when we say about gender representation, of course, we are saying 50-50 representation. But even for women, are we all there in those spaces? So we need to see more women. My first slide, we had Mama President Samia, and I want to again congratulate her in this forum for even breaking the barriers and becoming the first woman president in the East Africa region. Join me in congratulating her. Thank you so much. Recently at the IPU, I think Dr. Tulia Ackson was also elected in the IPU to head a committee. And so I think for us it's about, let's celebrate the small wins. And today I want us to celebrate a small win because Kenya recently came from election. And in this election, in as much as we didn't progress that much, there were some small wins that we need to appreciate. For the first time in Kenya, since the promulgation of the Constitution 2010, we now have 7 governors from 3 governors that we have last. A round of applause. It's not much, it doesn't meet the threshold, but it is a win because in the last election we had 3 governors, now we have doubled to 7. And so we're saying that it is progressive and we will continue encouraging that more women get into these leadership spaces. Next. So there are gaps. What are the gaps in the policies that we've talked about? I will divide them into 3 sections. In terms of political systems and structures, we all aware that our structures and systems are a bit patriarchal. Most of them are headed by men, and so even the way of work in those spaces do not encourage women to fully engage. Then the issue of power imbalance, I cannot overemphasize within the executive, legislature, and judiciary. But then also at the regional level, there is, the sovereignty of the member states frameworks. It surpasses the regional frameworks, and so that's why we are still, just give me a few minutes. That's why we are still insisting on, the ratification of Maputo protocols and all that, because we still need to follow up with member states to be able to ratify these treaties. The policy practice gaps, lack of operational mechanism and punitive measures for non-compliance, the issue of lack of gender aggregated data, which was talked about, the issue of underrepresentation in decision-making has been said. Over time. Social barriers, we all know, culture, religion, traditions, which include gender stereotypes and mindsets. We have issues of lack of empowerment. We say education is an equalizer. So if we don't work on our education, the agenda that talks of quality education, it means that we will still be lagging behind on gender equality. Pandemics such as COVID-19 was mentioned. It exacerbates gender-based violence, discriminatory policies and frameworks when we talk of marriage, labor laws, sexual harassment acts, then biased media reporting, I talked about that, limited access to information and language barrier in decision-making spaces, then shrinking civic space, then lastly economic disability, which leads to increase in unpaid care work, increase in poverty, and limited funding. Our recommendation, and these are our dreams. Number 1, we need to align national frameworks with sub-regional and regional frameworks for increased transparency, accountability, and regional integration. We also need to enhance the capacity of women leaders through, trainings and academies. We also need to promote accountable male allyship. Like I said, we cannot work alone. We need to work together with our male allies to be able to achieve gender equality. Increased and intentional mentorship for young women for progression. I will not overemphasize on that. Then increase flexible funding to support women during campaigns. We all know how expensive the cost of campaign is, and especially for women leaders. So we need flexible funding for campaigns, and we need to enhance solidarity with states that are, member states that are going to election. I think next year we have the likes of Zimbabwe, DRC, and Nigeria going for election. And so we need to stand with them as women leaders and encourage those who are, campaigning, just to encourage them to go through the election period and ensure that we have more women in those decision-making spaces. We need to enhance political goodwill from our members, from the executive. That is very key in terms of ensuring that the implementation of the affirmative actions in our countries, then increased collaboration between governments, parliaments, and the civil society. May I end by saying this quote by Winnie Byanyima: "Without women's equal access to positions of decision-making power and a clear process to get there, gender equality, global security, and peace will never be realized." And so we say women must lead and women lead Africa. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour ces exposés.
Thank you very much for these enriching presentations. I just wanted to mention 3 sentences that encourage us. From the first speaker, gender equality is a principle that was adopted by the African Union. So at the highest level it has been adopted. The Agenda 2063 for the African Union in objective number 6 emphasizes gender equality in women and youth. And our friend from Femnet has spoken to us about legal instruments and promotion fora for women. But I also want to mention that she has made proposals that we will keep. So the time has come now for questions. Those who want to ask questions, please fill in the yellow form and give it to the usher. For the moment, I have received 13 requests for the floor. Each person who takes the floor will have 3 minutes only. 3 minutes. Women express themselves very well because they know exactly what they want. Over and above all of that, I would like to mention that we need concrete recommendations for ourselves, women parliamentarians. What can we start doing at our level to go forward? Each of us in our own country, what can we start doing? And I think that it is about encouraging each other that we are going to speed up gender equality. I have first Mrs. Seka Asinga Isabel from Chad. Mrs. Seka, you have the floor. You have 3 minutes. Thank you. Thank you very much. I have followed the presentations with interest, and I would like us to have standards in order for us to go forward in terms of legislation. And also, we need to know how we are going to go about advocacy, because there are many laws, there are many commitments that exist, but we need to have some kind of directory for the laws that have been ratified and how to engage in a real advocacy process for states to ratify. I think that we should share information on that so that each of us back in her own country will then be able to have an influence. So we need the information to be shared. Thank you. Thank you. Would you like to introduce yourself, please? Before you take the floor, please introduce yourself because not all of us know each other. Thank you very much. My name is Seka Nanga Isabel. I am a national advisor in Chad, chair of the Communication Committee and chair of the Parliamentarian Network in Chad. We have Mr. Mark Oria Nyanya from the Republic of South Sudan.
Thank you very much.
Introduce yourself.
Yeah, okay. My name is Mark Olia Yanga. I'm working with I'm in the Embassy of South Sudan. I'm now representing the head of mission. He's not here now at the moment. So it's really a pleasure to have this occasion. For us, we take it very seriously to have our women coming to youth, girls and boys. We have to make sure these people are protected through legislative, through government, so that they can also be ahead and know how the world is moving. The issue of violence, it's really a pitiable situation for our women. The gender equality is something, as you have mentioned here earlier, several speakers, this one has to be pursued, and we are behind you people. Thank you very much.
Oui, merci pour la parole.
Thank you for the floor, Madam Moderator. I was a member of the Electoral Independent Committee. I am an honorary member now. Now I am an expert in the Economic and Social Council, and within civil society I moderate the network of women for the attainment of sustainable development goals. I can say that I can sleep in peace, and now we have spoken about sustainable development goals. We have seen the failures that we have had as African women in 2015. We said that in 2030, the situation must be different. We have produced tools, one that we call the umbilical cord for sustainable development goals. We have done everything so that certain ministries listen to us, but that was in vain. After all the presentations I had followed since the morning, I know that we must not be pessimistic. We have this platform of Pan-African parliamentarian women. That I can say that women parliamentarians have a hidden talent that they do not use, and those are women from civil society. So today, I understand that hope is permitted. I don't have enough time to finish my speech, but I will tell my colleagues that hope is now possible. I have understood that it is possible to have a platform with women from civil society that controls citizenry as well as with women parliamentarians and legislators. And both together, you really don't understand what that can mean for us, for Sustainable Development Goals and for the 2063 agenda. I'm not going to monopolize the floor because there is a risk that I will be emotional, but let me conclude by congratulating the organizers of this conference, and especially those who have invited me today. May the Almighty bless you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And the floor goes to Fala Butangiza from Western Sahara. Salah, I think it is. Salah Butangiza. Good afternoon, everyone. I am very happy to be here with you in the wonderful state of South Africa. I come from the occupied part of Western Sahara. I am myself one of the victims. I am an activist from Sahrawi who has been the victim of violence inflicted by Moroccan occupiers. I have many traumas, and my comrades continue to suffer in my country. Violence inflicted by Morocco. The Sahrawi women in the West also suffer from poverty and displacement that has been forced upon them. And they are also sanctioned by their salaries having been frozen, and also by the fact that their children are targeted by using these children to become drug addicts. And also education is forbidden. And those are activists who only want to live free in their own country. How can a woman be happy when she lives in an occupied country? I saw many women today who are enjoying independence, and that these women complain about inequality. What about Sahrawi women? There are human rights violations by the occupying country. There is the voice of the Sahrawi woman, and other women do not look after these women in Sahrawi who suffer from inhuman policies. Since I have taken the floor, I suggest that women must not wait for someone else to give her her place. It is her job to fight for her own place, to arrive at the place that she wants, equal to men. And as the President of Parliament has said, he said that his wife was better than him in many aspects, and we are better than men too. Thank you. Thank you. The floor goes to Mama Honorine from Gabon. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the organizers, particularly the Pan-African Parliament. Madam Chair, you said earlier that it is better to speak about recommendations or ideas that we can adopt to reach empowerment that has many aspects within gender. so that the violence can end. Violence is a global problem. It is not only an African problem, but us women, like my sister who has just spoken, we have to take the bull by the horns. And I would like to quote a few examples from my country. Civil society began, and we worked tirelessly. When you are looking for something, you need to look for all possible ways for you to arrive at the result that you want. The First Lady of Gabon has taken this matter of violence against women to heart, and the discrimination, sexual discrimination as well. For some time now, Gabon is like a kettle boiling in relation to violence against women. In the Constitution, equality is mentioned. The civil code has been completely changed. A special law has also been voted on elimination of all violence against women. I think that in a few days, the center that welcomes women who have suffered from violence will be inaugurated. So why did we get to this result? Why is that? Because we want women to speak. Women have started to speak in their households, in administrations, in management, and there also is now a law on harassment at the working place. As my sister has said, let us not be discouraged. Slowly, slowly wins the race. Men are afraid of us because we are valuable, but we have to include them in this battle. The world was made for two people, and that is women and men. One must not trample on the other. And so we need to make sure that all the potential that we all have lead us to being the real stakeholders in the development of Africa. Thank you.
Parole est à
Thank you, Madame Honorine. The floor goes to Madame Gatland from South Sudan.
I thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. I start by saying, they say in Arabic, and it says, Haggan taharsu ma biji. Haggan taharsu ma biji.
A right that we trample on will not be able to exist.
You don't wait for those rights to be given. They will not give it. You speak out, you rise up, using civil society, using media. Yes, you put it right. We, the men of Africa, we fear women, and yet you are not using that potential. We fear you so much. If you speak up, but if you are quiet, and then we will now be like exploiting that situation. Ratification, budget sensitivity. Those are instruments that are there. They are there, but who cares in implementation? because you don't speak out. We will have a nice laws, but we don't implement it because nobody is telling us. What is missing is the oversight role for the parliament. 1 minute. Mr. Chair, maybe 1 minute. Our parliament lacking this role of oversight. We also fear executive because they are appointing us because they are the president. They are very powerful. We don't oversee them. Lastly, the land ownership, because to do business you need to own land. For you to do business, you must advocate for the land ownership. Thank you.
Merci. Microphone of the chair, please. Thank you very much. Honorable Suleiman from the Gambia.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I greet you all in the name of Mother Africa. I salute the President and his formidable team, who are men by sex, but women by action and feelings, which has been manifested here by his speech. My fellow countrywomen and men, we have a long way to go as a continent. Africa, as the origin of civilization, had high values for women. We had women in high political position, example, Queen Zinga, Queen Omega, Lingare in Senegambia region, but we still need more to be done. We are cognizant of the fact that there are high need for coming together to move the continent. Women as mothers face challenges that cannot be tackled in isolation, but affirmative actions must be taken to promote inclusion. We must be strong to change draconian laws that discriminate our mothers, sisters, wives in decision-making processes. They suffered a lot during the pregnancy to delivery. Furthermore, they develop serious health complications, which can develop into discrimination. My fellow men and women, should we fold our hands to see our wives and sisters dying with fistula, which is not a choice? Maternal death is an increase, all due to poor medical facilities. Where are the parliamentarians? Where are the politicians? Should we allow our government to mismanage our funds for politicking and neglecting a sector that gives them votes? Women must not allow to be misused or abused by politicians, but to be strong in the fight against. Honorable Chair, with your permission, I would like to read a quotation made by our revolutionary, our pioneer, Thomas Sankara. He said, "Comrades, there is no true social revolution without the liberation of women. May my eyes never see and my feet never take me to a society where half the people are held in silence. I hear the roar of women's silence. I sense the rumble of their storm and feel the fury of their revolt. We must act now. We must talk now." Thank you for your audience.
Merci, Honorable Suleiman.
Thank you, Honorable Suleiman. The floor goes to Madame Fatoumata Barka Mutamoudi from Mali.
Madame Fatouma Mbarka Minta. Absentée un peu.
She stepped out, I think. I now give the floor to Madame Diarra Coulibaly from Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you. Honorable Moderator, I'd like to start by thanking the experts for their presentations. We were really we've been really enlightened. Thank you very much. I have two questions to ask. To know whether at the end of this panel, maybe we can have some lines, some ideas to move forward in some files that we have tabled before us and on the ground. Gender equality. What is the impact of gender equality in our societies? Beyond gender equality, shouldn't we talk about gender equity first? This is my first question. What policies could be put in place in order to favor gender equality or equality between men and women? This is my second question. I omitted to introduce myself. I am Honorable Diarra Coulibaly Majara, MP from the province of Kourougou at the northern part of Côte d'Ivoire, and I'm a member of two committees in our national parliament, Committee on Defense and Security and Public Policy Assessment. I'm also part of the board of directors of MPs of the World Bank. As far as Côte d'Ivoire is concerned, I would like to share with you the experience of our First Lady, Madame Dominique Ouattara, who initiated in favor of the empowerment of women's empowerment, not only the empowerment of Ivorian women, but all other ladies and women who live in Côte d'Ivoire. She created a fund called FAF. I think my 3 minutes are up now. So she created a fund to help women to be empowered. And we have today more than 4,000 billion francs, rather 5 billion francs that are deposited in a bank to help women, the women who cannot go to any ordinary bank and get loans. So they can get loans from this fund and create micro enterprises and micro activities. And this, it was very helpful for them. I would like that we applaud our First Lady, Madame Dominique Ouattara, for what she's doing. Thank you.
Merci, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Diarra. I now give the floor to Honorable Senior Ahmed Na from the Sahrawi Republic. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'd like to extend my most heartfelt thanks to my sister Amina, the chairperson of the Women's Caucus in the Pan-African Parliament, and the entire Parliament for holding this high-level session, that has given us the opportunity to exchange and to share experiences on the women and the situation of women in Africa in all aspects. I'd like to thank you once again for this opportunity, and let me take this opportunity, since we're talking about these situations and of women throughout Africa, let me take this opportunity, as I said, to share with you the experience of the Sahrawi women in the Democratic Republic of Sahara. We are a people that's living independence and colonization at the same time. We are trying to build our state, our Sahrawi state, and there is a unique experience of the Sahrawi women, because they are part of the our executive system, and they are part of our parliament. They are about 90% of the positions at the provinces are held by women, and 18% of the our MPs are women as well as in the government. Sorry. So, as I said, this wonderful experience is being lived against the backdrop of the war. I would like to invite you to come and visit us, visit our state, our republic, in order for you to see on the ground how our women are fighting, are struggling for their independence, but also struggling to build their nation. I would like to congratulate ourselves and congratulate you as well, saying as the Sahrawi Republic has signed and ratified the Maputo Protocol and also deposited its instruments. So we are really ahead when it comes to the education of women, to the high positions that are granted to women. And as I said, our women are struggling for their liberation. There is also a movement, a very vibrant women's movement with schools for girls and women, and also schools in order to empower women and to liberate them from illiteracy. And the main objective also is to make sure that women hold high positions at the government and at all the high positions. We have, for instance, a virtual gender school that's going to be open very soon. And we also have have had several meetings and several workshops on gender equality and gender. And I would like once again to invite you to share with us this unique experience that we are having in the Sahrawi Republic when it comes to the fight and the struggle of our women. Thank you very much.
Invitation is well noted. La parole est maintenant.
Now give the floor. Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Honorable Anita from Burundi. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm Daisy Anita. I come from Burundi. Let me first thank the Pan-African Parliament for organizing this 13th conference on the women's rights. In Burundi, we've noticed improvements in the public and private services. Women are holding high positions in decision-making institutions, and some barriers have been lifted. Of course, things are yet to be improved, but efforts are being made by the entire society. Women are determined, to give a good quality work. They can do more than men. They work with energy. They do their business and create employment even for men. But the problem we have is that rural women do not yet have their place in the society. They are in charge of the family and the household, but this is not helpful for them and do not help them actually be empowered. To be brief, since I only have 3 minutes, we have been asked to say what we can do as MPs. We need to have a change in the mindsets when it comes to gender equality. Furthermore, men cannot live without women, but we women, we can change Africa. Thank you.
Honorable. La parole.
Thank you, Honorable. I now give the floor to Honorable Zed Bitege. Honorine, I think that you've already spoken. Yes. Thank you. Now the floor is to Honorable Nelun Bai Togo from Chad.
Merci, c'est Nelun.
Thank you. I'm Nelu Gaibutu, General Rapporteur of the Fundamental Rights Commission. With Honorable Amina Tijani, we are the two women that represent the other women of Chad at the National Transition Council. Regarding the text, we can say that Chad has enough texts and legislation that favor equality and parity. We also have texts that ban child marriage and excision and favor the women's rights. When it comes, as I said, to legislations and laws, we are well advanced. But my real concern is the implementation and enforcement of all these laws that we pass. I'd like to thank the presenters, but what I would like to know is how can we implement and enforce all the texts and the legislations that we have back home? So we adopt texts, we pass laws, but how can we make sure that all these texts and laws are enforced? And I'm under the impression that in our countries, women that fight and struggle, we are more focused on women who work women workers. And we talk about the participation of women in elective institutions and high positions, but we do often forget the rural women. I'm leading an advocacy campaign in favor of rural women, and here, and then a man who preceded me talked about access of women to the land ownership. Just a minute, please. Access of women, as I said, to land. I think that we should not need rural women in our struggle. And the president of the Pan-African Parliament was here. I said, Wes, we've been invited. Everything is good. But I don't think that the construction of this room has been taken into account and has taken into account the presence of women, because we can wear high heels, etc. So it's not really made for women. Thank you. Thank you.
Merci, honorable. Merci de nous avoir fait.
Thank you. Yes, for saying that we can fall when coming into this room. We'll report to the president. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we've exhausted the 12 speakers that we have. The honorable member of Mali wasn't in the room. We have had many questions. Since we'll have another panel, I think that your questions will be answered during after the following panel. So your questions will be the first ones that will be answered to once we open the second panel. So we have many questions. Before giving you the floor, I just wanted to inform the House that at the Committee on Gender Equality, Family, the Youth and Persons with Disability, our objective, at least for this year, is to craft a model law on parity to be submitted to the African Union, which will submit it to all the member states to fast-track the process. The report has been crafted. Preparatory missions have been conducted. So beyond the Maputo Protocol, we will have a model law on gender parity or equality that will be discussed. This is the information I wanted to share with you. The floor is yours.
Madam Chair, I think I will try to be brief because most of the comments that have been made are really sharing experiences from national level and what's happening that has been the trend. So I'll pick a few questions that I want to respond to, and then I will ask my colleague also to complement for that very short. Yes, yeah. So I think one issue that I think came out specifically, I think that from Cote d'Ivoire, you highlighted, and I think you clearly stated to say what needs to come first: equity, gender equity, or gender equality. Well, it's very obvious that equity comes first before gender equality, because if you're talking of equity, it's a process of being fair to women and men, and that is trying to correct historical as well as social disadvantages that have persisted that prevent women from enjoying or operating on the same level playing field as men. So that needs to be corrected first before you can talk and enjoy equality. Equity leads to equality. And for equality itself, it's equal opportunities now for both men and women, be it opportunities, resources, and rewards. So that's the part that I wanted to highlight, that, well, there are fundamental issues that need to be dealt with before you can start talking and enjoying equality at that level. I think another issue that I wanted to mention, I think with regards to child, I'll pick it, what the lady has just mentioned here, with regards to say, how can we implement and enforce the laws that are promulgated at national level? There are quite a number of approaches that you can take. That is, as from South Sudan, he mentioned issues to say, can we mobilize ourselves through the media, civil society organizations, but most importantly, ensuring that the institutions that are mandated to support us are financially and human, resource equipped. So it's our role and responsibility as parliamentarians to make sure that, well, that is taken care of, and we're advocating over and above having budgets being gender sensitive and the like, because institutions are in place, but they do not have resources. How do they function? How can policies and laws be reinforced? So there's need to look at so many ways and approaches that would want to ensure that, well, we implement the laws and holding, our lawmakers, accountable to what they've actually put on board. But I think, let me leave here, because those were like the questions that I looked at, I could look into. Thank you.
Thank you. I will summarize mine into 3 points. Number one, on advocacy, like you mentioned, we need to strengthen our advocacy measures. We need to work with civil society organizations. We need to be in the spaces where decisions are made at local level, national level, regional level, and at the global level. So we need not to reduce our conversations at the parliaments. We need to get out into the advocacy spaces where these leaders, where our ministers, where our presidents are, to be able to hold them accountable in those spaces. Again, the issue of implementation, like I said, it's because of the gender insensitive policies that we have. We say that we have progressive policies, but the implementation will become a problem. So we need to continue advocating for us to have gender-sensitive policies. And lastly, the issue of women's leadership. For us to have the political goodwill, for us to advance gender equality, we need to continue advocating for more women in leadership. And so I encourage women leaders to get into these spaces, grab on power, and move. My brother just mentioned there that they fear women voices, and that could be one voice. So how about if we come together as women and take over our space? Thank you.
Merci. Je voudrais juste ajouter.
Thank you very much. I'd like to add 2 comments before closing. The first one is regarding the contribution of our friend from DRC who talked about the nexus with the SDGs. I'd like to tell her that we have Agenda 2063 of the African Union. Now it would be good that the African civil society organization take this Agenda 2063 and also make it a foundation, a basis, because your involvement, commitment as civil society, we can make sure that Agenda 2063 be implemented. So I'm inviting you to do so and to take this Agenda 2063 to your heart. Let me now answer a question that from one honorable who said that the Pan-African Parliament does not yet have a role of supervision. We're still waiting for the ratification of the Maputo Protocol, but this oversight and role does exist already. We just need the legitimacy required to implement it. Another honorable also talked about the rural women and said, haven't we forgotten them? We are working actually for rural women, and we as civil society organization, we worked a lot with rural women, but now in my capacity as a senator, I realize that if we do not do anything, our work and our fight with women who are in high positions, nothing could be really concretized and materialized on the ground, because what we're doing today is extremely important. It is the empowerment of women and trying to convince the women parliamentarians that they do have a major role to play in favor of the rural women. They have a lot to do to make sure that the interest of rural women be taken on board. I would like to thank you all. I thank the presenters who enabled us to take stock of what's going on, what's happening on the ground. And I would like to tell you that all that we've done so far, and depends on ourselves first as women parliamentarians. And the purpose of this session is to raise our awareness and to say that we as MPs should make sure that the interests and the rights of women be observed and respected and protected in the laws that are passed in all our countries. I'd like to tell you that each of us is an actor in favor of the rights, the women's rights, and the mentorship also is very important. I think that our youth needs mentorships, mentors, and I think that we can commit ourselves to mentor our youth for them to fight as we have always done. Thank you very much, and I thank our presenters once again. See you soon.
Merci, honorable. Nous demandons votre indulgence encore pour...
Thank you, honorable members. Please bear with us for last session. With your permission, let me invite Honorable Caroline Kamusime, who is the first vice chair of the Women's Coast, to preside over this session.
Just invited you.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Honorable members, our presenters, I know we are all tired, I understand, and it's not easy on our side.
Right, and I'm protesting, Vice President.
But I'm kindly requesting if we can
tired.
have some...
I'm launching a protest. We are tired, Vice President. It has been a long day, and these are women. They've been sitting here a whole day. They are tired. They are tired. We have to be considerate.
Honorable Pema, I really understand what we are going through, but tomorrow it's a long day. If we push this to tomorrow, that means we will not be able to complete tomorrow. So I kindly request we be patient and be able to call our next presenter to come and join us, to come and join me here. I'm calling Madam Cindy Nzere, Policy Officer, Women, Gender and Youth, Directorate African. Can you kindly come and join me here? I will try to summarize. I know we are all tired. And allow me to call Madam Jessica to come and take her seat as well. Yeah, right. Well, the name is, okay. The next presenter, come and join us on High Table Praise as we are running out of time and members are tired. I understand it's not that easy, but let's try to be patient and listen to our presenters. We'll try to summarize. Thank you. Without wasting time, let me call our first presenter, Madam you can be the first one to take the floor, and let's try to limit ourselves, maybe within 4 minutes, 3 minutes can do for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, Your Excellencies, and participants. Please allow me to stand on existing protocols. I am very honored to be invited to speak on the panel on fighting poverty and promoting economic and financial empowerment. I'll be very brief because I do understand that we are all tired and we do have evening responsibilities. So just to create a snapshot or a picture, this is nothing new to all of us sitting here, but I think before I get into the programs and interventions of the AUC, which seek to help in the fight against poverty and in the promotion of empowerment of women, I think it's important to start on the leg of painting that picture of what the existing landscape looks like in terms of women and poverty in Africa. So the Institute of Security Studies reports that about 30 million Africans fell into extreme poverty. So the definition of extreme poverty in this case is living under $1.90 a day. So this happened when COVID broke in 2020, and before that, an estimated 34% of our population was already living under the poverty line. This figure is almost 9 times the average for the rest of the world, and a whopping 62.8% of this figure, of this demographic, are women living in sub-Saharan Africa. And so that really points to the urgency of pulling out the majority of those living under the poverty line, which are our sisters, our daughters, basically our African peers. And also, it's not new to us all in this room, we have Agenda 2063, and specifically I'll speak to Aspiration 6, which calls for an Africa whose development is people-driven, and it relies on the potential of our African women, as well as the youth, of course. So specifically when it comes to interventions by the AUC with regards to pulling our women out of this abject poverty, I'll speak on two interventions, if I can call it that. The first is the African Women's Decade for Financial and Economic Inclusion, which was declared by our heads of states during the 33rd Ordinary Summit in 2020. And so what that means really is that we should have a focused lens when we're developing policies, when we're developing strategies on making sure that they are tackling the issue of financial and economic inclusion with regards to our women. And in fact, the Women, Gender and Youth Directorate launched a roadmap in July of this year on the 22nd. It was launched by Her Excellency, the Deputy Chairperson, Dr. Monique Nsanzabagana of the African Union Commission, as well as his President, Nana Akufo-Addo, His Excellency President of Ghana. And really the roadmap, it has been spoken about by my colleague, Dr. Tapiwa. It serves as a continental framework that will guide the implementation of programs in line with women's financial and economic inclusion by providing strategic guidance and directions to increase their economic participation and engagement. And in response to this declaration, we felt the declaration is not enough. It needs an operationalization, it needs a strategy that responds to it. And therefore, the Women and Youth Financial and Economic Inclusion Initiative was birthed this year. It was softly launched initially by the Deputy Chairperson during International Women's Day celebrations on the 7th of March this year. Thereafter, a strategy document was created. It was validated in consultation with various beneficiaries, including the private sector, including women, and including youth. Afterwards, it was officially launched, also on the same day that the developed roadmap was launched, and also by Her Excellency Dr. Monique and His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, President of Ghana. So this initiative, the WIFE initiative, it seeks to enhance the financial and economic inclusion of women, and we have included youth into the mandate as well. And how it seeks to do so is through unlocking $100 billion for at least 10 million women and youth by 2030. Where will this $100 billion come from? It will come from leveraging off of existing initiatives across the continent. So we recognize that there are individual organizations and really just structures that are trying or already implementing policies and strategies and programs that seek to enhance and empower our women and youth. And what we would like to do through a partnership framework is convene them, bring them together to work together so that they can really have scale and impact. And so there are three main objectives for this initiative. I'm mindful of being brief, so I think after these objectives, I will conclude and hand over back to the Honorable Chair. So the three objectives are that we would like to see the income of our women and youth being increased through advocating for parity in employment as well as in entrepreneurship. We would also like to see the promotion of financial sector reform. So what that means is we would like to see it be more inclusive, that the barriers to access are stripped or limited, and that really if a woman goes to a financial institution and seeks services of some sort, she's not sent back with her head trade down, but specific products and services are created which are mindful of her plight. And lastly, we would like to see the implementation of women and youth-friendly macro and economic policies that enable growth of small and medium-scale enterprises. A lot of interventions during the day spoke about how women still don't have access to land, still don't have rights in many aspects. And so what we would like to do is tackle that through economic policy, and we would hope to see that it serves the purpose of including our women and youth. Lastly, I know I said after the objectives I would stop, but I would like to mention that in the implementation, we are seeking for this to be an AU-wide initiative and have therefore partnered with AUDA NEPAD, with the AUC's economic department, Economic, Trade, Tourism, Industry and Minerals Department, with the AFCFTA, as well as with the African Development Bank, towards working together for more scale and reach and impact. And how we seek to work together is through what we call an ABCDE framework. And that requires advocacy, that's the A, brokerage, catalyzing action, demonstrating and documenting so that we can learn along the way and hold each other accountable. And lastly, to engage for collective impact. As I mentioned earlier, this really will succeed through a partnership framework. And I think that's where I will end it, and really just also hope that this initiative has been received and heard, and that you have heard ways in which you could possibly partner with us on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your good presentation. Honorable members, let's give her a round of applause. I know we've had a long day, but she has really done well. Without wasting time, let's go to our next presenter. That is Madame Jessica. You have the floor. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, First Vice Chairperson. So my name is Jessica Anor. I am the head of the gender unit in AUDA NEPAD, and I will try to be brief. I know we are very tired and it has been a long day, but please bear with me for just a few more minutes. So I'm here to speak about the initiative for women economic empowerment that have been undertaken by AUDA NEPAD, and the rationale behind it, the lesson learned that we've learned through the years of implementing those initiatives. So what we understand is that to ensure women economic empowerment, we need to give them the financial means to live life to their fullest potential. We need to help them develop concrete livelihoods for them to have an impact and a voice in the family. That is also very key. All of the initiative that we've had, most women, when they will testify and tell us what has changed in their life, is that now that they have money, they can talk, they can speak back to their husband. They don't have to be in a position where they depend fully on the support of their husband. So that is very, very positive. So one of the biggest initiatives that we had was the NEPAD Spanish Fund for the empowerment of African women, as Madame Estherine Fotabong spoke about this morning. And that initiative directly benefited to 1.2 million of women over 38 countries and through 79 projects during 10 years of existence. So we did a lot, like we facilitated the promotion of women to leadership roles, and we enhanced their participation in decision-making structures. We encouraged them to take full part in peace-building activities and initiatives. There was a lot that was done in terms of building their business skills, eradicating GBV. So I don't have time to go into further detail, but for instance, we also encouraged them to gather into cooperative, and we supported 200 cooperative all over the continent, women cooperative. We also ensured that we supported women in informal cross-border trade. So for instance, one one of the things we did is that we constructed a cross-border market in DRC to promote the trade between Rwanda, Burundi, and DRC, because we knew that women were involved at that border. And we also persuaded police and custom officials to facilitate trade for women on the road, on the fish road between Burkina Faso and Mali. This is just one of the few things we did in this project. I just also want to shed light on a project called Gender, Climate Change and Agriculture Support, GCAPS. So that is also our understanding that climate change was affecting women, at first women more than men, as smallholder farmers. Female smallholder farmers are more numerous than male smallholder farmers. So we gave them the right tool to mitigate the effect of climate change. And then we managed to train more than 30,000 women in Malawi, Ethiopia, Cameroon, Rwanda, and Ethiopia. Yes, so that's what we did. The part of the lesson that we learned is that the women were involved. So vulnerable women were also taking the lead in this project. So we understood that we need to do need-based intervention with multi-stakeholder approach, because that allowed us to be very inclusive, to use resource properly, to align interventions. So we didn't have maybe GIZ coming, doing their thing. We were all together in this project with NORAD pushing for it. There was ownership by governments, and there was also implementation by local consultants and local NGOs. So that is all for this project. Last but not least, now our focus is mainly to support women entrepreneurs and develop trainings on financial literacy, trainings on the use of digital tool in line with WIFI 2030 that my sister San Cecilia has presented. But we need to also make sure all our projects are gender responsive. So what we are doing, we are also working with our colleagues, let's say, doing industrialization. How can we ensure that industrialization is inclusive on the African continent? And there's going to be a summit on industrialization at the end of the month of November. So what we are doing, we are pushing to give a voice to African women in processing, to help them gather and have agency and be a stronger collective. So that is for the project. But now, one of the questions I wanted to ask you is, how can we empower women if we don't know precisely what they are going through, if we don't have the right figure? I don't know about you, but I'm not satisfied with hearing we need sex disaggregated data, we don't have gender data. It's always the same song. So why don't we manage to find ways to build proper system to have the right data? And that is also something we want to do at the AUD-NEPAD, be a repository of good practices and data that the PAP and parliamentarians, MPs, practitioners, stakeholders can count on. And last but not least, just a quick note on how we could take those initiatives at the level of parliamentarians. My background is in politics. I used to work at the French National Assembly for MP, and there was a committee for women's rights, and they were working and were having very efficient strategies to make sure that any time they wanted to amend the law, they would circulate some amendments and people will just sign and support, and men will support them. Why? Because they were credible and they managed to have some strength within the French parliament. And because of their capacity to gather and be credible, they managed to pass a law for effective equality between women and men. They managed to pass a law on the fight against prostitution and penalize the clients of prostitutes with a fine of 1,500 euros, which was quite a victory. So they also push for the laws on sexual harassments and so on and so forth. So this is all I wanted to share with you. I thank you, ladies, for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with us. You've all heard the previous speaker talked about 34% of our population is living under poverty. As we are going to contribute, let's look at how we can fill the gaps. let's come up with suggestions. It's not really good to find that 35% in Africa, we are living under poverty. Without wasting time, let's open the debate. Madam Clerk? Oh, let's have our next presenter. You have the floor. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. My name is Fatim Amisan Lamana, and I'm Secretary General of the Voice of Women in Chad. We are a community-based organization fighting for women's rights and for women empowerment in Chad. Our NGO is a new one, but we have achieved a lot already, and we are working and developing in the different areas where the involvement of NGOs is needed, and community-based organizations where we need to be the closest possible to the people at grassroots level. And we are delighted to hear you talking about attention being paid to rural women, because a lot needs to be done. There is extreme poverty in our rural areas, and there are many similarities amongst countries in the different rural areas and the challenges that communities face. There are many laws in our different countries, but as you will have probably experienced in your own countries, it is the application of those laws that is often problematic. And I would like to salute all the women MPs here present and on the continent who are fighting for women's rights. We need women to be involved, actively involved. We need women to fill the halls where meetings are being held and decisions are being made. Only in this way will we be able to change the economic, political, and social status of women. I also wanted to mention something about the initiatives that we are carrying out for the economic empowerment of women. We have begun a project in our organization together with other NGOs to promote human rights and also promote education for the girl child. And in our country, there is a gap between the girl child and young boys. Because even the parents themselves make a distinction between boys and girls. And so this takes place from within the family already. And boys are considered as having a higher status than girls, even within a family. And this needs to be changed and worked on. And in terms of empowering women within our societies, I think that the needs are pretty much the same across all countries. There's a need for employment, a need for education, a need for opportunities and access to markets. There are many more needs that I haven't listed here. But what do we need to do to reduce the inequality, the gender inequality? And how are we going to achieve even financial justice? Because as you will have seen in your countries, women have to work under very difficult circumstances to try to achieve some kind of financial benefits. And the status of women has a huge impact on the ability of women to be able to earn money, to be able to work. In our different countries, the politicians need to take cognizance of what is happening on the ground, what our women are actually experiencing, and what they need to be able to compete on an equal level on the market. And we are really counting on the support of our female MPs to achieve the objectives that have been set out in Agenda 2063, and to also fight for women's rights. We need to accelerate and strengthen what has already begun, and it's up to us, women, to make sure that we continue the fight and that we achieve social, economic, and financial justice. We have, as I said earlier, many laws that have been passed, but that are not applied. So, for example, in Chad, there was a law that was passed for women entrepreneurs, but that still needs to be applied. And this legislation includes measures to increase access to markets for women, and the creation of a structure for women entrepreneurs to assist them, to empower them, provide them with the resources necessary for their economic empowerment. And in terms of incorporating gender in the budget, this is absolutely vital, and we need to constantly keep an eye out and ensure that gender is mainstreamed into our budgets. And in Chad, we really have to do a lot more lobbying to ensure that the state takes gender into consideration and that it is included in the budget. And we need to ensure that the women of our countries have the necessary support, and the youth as well. We spoke earlier about the importance of mentoring the youth and supporting the youth, and we have the privilege of being women in power, of being women who are able to take decisions that are going to affect the women in rural areas and elsewhere in our countries. And in Chad, in the 90s, there were only about 3% of entrepreneurs that were female, as recorded in our National Register for Trade and Commerce. But after all the work that we have done, today the situation is quite different, and the percentage has grown to about 25%. And there are many women now involved in small and medium businesses. And we achieved this, and we will achieve more through partnerships and women working in networks together. And we also identified some mechanisms that could help us to achieve our vision as an NGO. I'm sure I'm not going to list all of them because I'm sure that you've heard them before in other fora. But perhaps since we spoke about recommendations, perhaps this might assist us in our recommendations later. So we need to ensure that women are empowered to become more financially self-sustaining, to become entrepreneurs and participate in the market. We need to ensure that our financial institutions are providing financing for women in business and to boost women-run enterprises. We need collaboration between female entrepreneurs and the female heads of businesses in our countries. As MPs, we can ensure that the legislation is passed to empower women and defend their rights. We also need to accompany women and work with them to achieve their goals and put structures in place that is there to support them. We need to remove the barriers and the ceilings that exist for women to ensure that they don't meet obstacles in their along their route. In terms of agriculture, we need to ensure that women can participate freely in sectors like agriculture and other sectors that are can be difficult for women to participate in. There's a glass ceiling in many of these sectors that women cannot go beyond. We need to remove these barriers, and we need to change the way that society reacts and behaves towards women, and especially women in business and women in power. We need to also assist women who would like to start a business, who would like to perhaps move from the informal sector to the formal sector. And to be able to do that, they will need capacity building, skills building to be able to move into the formal sector. And as I said earlier, we need to apply the policies and apply the legislation that we have put in place. And we need to, at all times, ensure that there is equality in our economy, because when a business is just starting out, for example, if you are in agriculture and you are starting out and you have to harvest and get the food to market, sometimes there are also dangers involved. Sometimes there are big producers who will arrive in the market, and a smaller scale farmer might not be able to compete. So we need to help women to compete on the market as well. And we need to empower women also in terms of being able to call out violence and call out bad behavior and discrimination. Discrimination that can happen in the workplace, discrimination and violence that can happen to women who are trading cross borders. We need to ensure that these women are safe and secure, and that their rights are protected. We have to have very strong policies to fight against violence, particularly in cross-border trading. There are many tools that exist. But the problem is that very often these tools are not adapted to certain groups of women. For example, rural women. How are rural women going to access these tools? How are they going to use certain tools if they do not have access to money, to various other things that might prevent them from doing so? We need to see how we can, as MPs, and how we can, as an NGO, facilitate access to these tools and facilitate the use of these tools.
Internet aussi est un access to internet is a big problem. It is a handicap, and the women need also training in IT. How does one become empowered without that? It's not easy. We said that women must be put into cooperatives because they can associate with each other, they can evolve together. So we found with our NGO that it works very well. Women work better when they are together because they strengthen each other. So we need to support cooperatives, we need to develop them, promote them, so that even rural women can have at least beginnings of trade concepts. We have also noted that agriculture and cattle rearing are also key sectors, but they are still quite rudimentary. Women work very hard. They work harder than men. If she doesn't grow food, no one eats. And these women have all the difficulties in the world. They are sometimes not allowed to sell their products or their crop in markets. Some food shops are managed by men. The women work from 4 in the morning to 6 in the morning. They sell their crop to other people who are allowed to go to markets. So I think that we need to have very strong solutions and sustainable solutions so that women have their place in markets. I also wanted to congratulate you women parliamentarians, chairpersons of various committees, for the work that you are doing. And I do think that you have a big challenge that is facing you still for inclusive empowerment, financial inclusion of women in Africa. It is enormous work because women need to reach a certain level that will allow them to prosper. We have many official documents. I saw that in the previous panel. We spoke about equality that is really taken into account very seriously by the African Union. So we need competitiveness. We don't just want to fill in empty places. So you women parliamentarians, you need to throw all your weight into this effort. I represent women, and I'm here to explain to you what really happens. I am an entrepreneur myself. What is the difficulty in accessing the market? What is the difficulty in entering into a dialogue with our banks? We don't have the possibility of being supported, so we rely on you so that things can change in the very near future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for the good presentation. Let's give her a round of applause. She really deserves it. One of the presenters talked about women being the backbone of Africa. Yes, indeed, it's true. When it comes to providing food, everything, it's all about women. And women parliamentarians, we really have a big role to play. because when we are looking at our rural women reaching there, we need to support them. That's why I really think women parliamentarians at national level, we need to be supported, because if we really need implementation in our countries, majority, at least if we have women as majority, I'm very sure a lot will be done in our countries. Thank you so much once again. I know you are tired. Let's open the floor to the contributions from members of parliament and our invited guests. We are going to start with Honorable Mariam from Gambia. And let's try to limit ourselves. At least 2 minutes are enough, because it's really late for us and we really need to, we have another day tomorrow. 2 minutes each, let's try to limit ourselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like to thank all the presenters since in the afternoon till now. We all are exhausted, as you rightly said. I will try to be very brief because all the previous speakers has already spoken for me. I think Africa, what we need is, first of all, our first problem is that the economic insecurity is the major epidemic and is the closing gap between the men and women. The imparity need to be worked out, but nobody can work it for us, it's ourselves. We have to have the determination that, yes, we can do it. And all the previous speakers here, these beautiful ladies here, leaving their times and their resources, their energy, put it into black and white. The implementation is the one we need right now. We need action-oriented. It has been a very long time lip service of the women empowerment, but effective of it still now is another damning point of it. I would like to see that we have women are the gardeners. Most of these vegetables in, I don't know this part of Africa, but in West Africa, most of the producers are the women. And they don't have the right to the land farm where they can do their productions. They have a very limited access to the inheritance. I think some of these are the challenges the women in West Africa are facing. And these are the things we have to make sure that the governments our national governments need to take it as a priority. Not only the male farmers are the ones to be having the access to the farmlands to be doing their productions. We need it. Women are more determined. Whatever they want to do, we don't work for failure. I can see that in women. Women doesn't like to work on failure, and we don't want to work on failure, and we don't want to deliver on failure. But the support we need, I think that's what we are lacking. So these presentations are more motivated, but right now what we need, anyhow you can do it, we will cooperate. The National Assembly members, we are here to deliver. And we want our people to know that we are serving their interests. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Let's have our next speaker, that is Professor Randa from Egypt. 2 minutes, please. Let's limit ourselves. I'm told she has gone. Let's go to our next speaker, that is Sanda Aswatin, Honorable Sanda from Aswatin. You have the floor. It seems they're exhausted. Honorable, are you around?
Yeah, I am around. Thank
Okay,
you so
you have
much.
the floor.
Thank you so much. Thank you for Pan-African Parliament to organize this. We really appreciate. We really appreciate the speakers, and I very much confident that we will get all what we need to equip ourselves to go back to our respective countries to implement. As one speaker has just mentioned, that implementation is one big issue. I think we need to try and lobby our government to support fully the youth and women, because they're out there waiting to work, but they lack resources. They even lack the land. I hear some of us here saying Africa has plenty land. Yes, we have plenty land, but they don't have authority to use that land. We need to force our governments to give land to the women and the youth. About legislation, yes, we need to put some legislation into place so that the women and youth benefit. But it's not so easy because really in some of the countries like mine, you know, very few women are able to get into parliament. The example is this term, you know, we were only 2 women from the 59 constituencies. So I think we need to lobby, I don't know, maybe there I'll get the remedy as to how we can do in Swaziland, because really they don't have trust in women, especially in we were only 2 from the 59 constituencies. The other women that you see were elected, were appointed by the king, 20 in the Senate, but it wasn't all women. Yeah, I had an issue that, you know, some of these laws, it's not so easy because when you get to parliament, not all the laws that you'll be able to pass with only few women in parliament. Okay, I can see you stopping me. Thank you.
Much honorable. I'm sorry for stopping you, but we all know what is going on. The members are tired. We really need to give them time to go back and prepare for tomorrow. Let's have our next speaker, that is Honorable Mariam from Cote d'Ivoire. Thank you.
Merci, Madame la modératrice.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I pass.
Hitler's not putting on, I didn't hear what you say, does not putting on for translation. She's not, oh, okay. Let's have our next speaker. That is Anatrophia from Tanzania. Honorable Anatrophia, are you still here? She's gone. We can have the next speaker, that is Kasim. Is she around? Honorable Anatrophia? She's gone. Let's have Honorable Kasingo from Namibia. She left. This was really bad timing for us. Yeah, I'm now seeing it. My big sister. But all in all, we have to conclude this because we can't do anything. We need to have, the next speaker is going to be Arodia, that is Republic of Congo. Is she around? You have the floor.
J'avais déjà parlé,
mais had spoken before, but I am taking this opportunity to call upon our sisters who are here. We are opening a door that is already open. We need to have various tools for 2063. Maybe tomorrow, when we have our coffee break, we can refine our strategies. Thank you.
Let's have the next speaker. That is Honorable Amina from Chad. You have the floor, Honorable.
It's not working. Okay, it's fine. Thank you for giving me the floor, Honorable Chairperson. Distinguished guests, welcome to PAP, especially for this conference. Women's rights is especially important for us, our women. It is a great pleasure for me to see women in national and international organizations because we are educated, else we are not be in this chamber. Are you with me? If we are not educated, we are not be in this chamber. We can easily fight against anything, violence, gender, anything that's against women's rights in general. But if we are educated, my sister from United Nations said Agenda 2063 it is late, but we can do something earlier. We must do earlier than this agenda. Yes, we can do something. We need to solve our problem from the root. So the major factor of women in Africa lead to the lack of education. And this education is because of poverty, sometimes because of culture, our culture in Africa. I think as we are representative of women in Africa, from national to international organization, we need to work harder and harder for the free access for the young education. Any girls to access the free access in the education. In the future, we can fight any evil against women easily. And now I am so happy. I'm so happy some laws or any news will be adopted in African Union or any in our parliament. Yeah, I see my colleague from gender, chairperson of gender, she said all good news about equality. She will try to formulate something, PAP will formulate something to African Union, and this African Union recommended to our country. This is a good news. We can do another also about the education. For the girls, if you are not here to fight these things, even in future, we cannot see women in any organization, even in national country. And you see, sometimes the women, girls need to go, but the family doesn't have any matter to be educated. That's why I suggest, if it is possible for us in PAP, just to formulate laws that's to let us free to the young girls from nursery to secondary, especially. In my country, in Chad, it is free, but it is something about some social, just a little fees, but the government said it is free. But it's still, in some countries, still the education is not free. You cannot get the women in national or international. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable, for that contribution. Indeed, yes, education, it's important, especially to our girls. Let's have the next speaker, that is Yacinda Rachel from Central Africa. You have the floor? She has gone. Let's have our next speaker, our big sister, Madame Honorable Pema.
Chair, thank you very much. Let me greet all our honorable guests and all those who made presentation here. Let me also give a special greeting to my high delegation of the South African Women's Parliament here. We have 12 delegates here to this conference. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, patriarchy has been embedded in our social fiber, resulting in the perpetuation of marginalization of women in the mainstream of economy. Through capitalism, culture, religion, and exploitative system of capitalism that has placed women in a periphery of social order, especially the Black African women who has experienced all forms of oppression. One of the founding values of the Organization of the African Union was to advance democratic values, human dignity, the achievement of equality, and the advancement of human rights and freedoms. It is with concern that we have not fully restored this dignity for women who are discriminated through unequal pay, unable to access the levers of economy. Chair, I know you said we don't have time, but it is important, Chair, that I raise the following. As women, we are not asking for handouts. Women are not begging for handouts. We want to be part of the mainstream of this economy in this continent. And therefore, we call for the level of playing field and the removal of red tapes that will enable us to participate equally and to we call on our governments to create a special fund to support women entrepreneurs. We call for the business, for the business sector and private sector to join hands in developing programs that are aimed at empowering women. You cannot expect us to go and compete in a marathon when we don't have running shoes. You must start by giving us running shoes, then put us on the track, then we're going to compete. So we're expected to compete when the playing field was not leveled for us, Manqube. Honorable members, the issue of access to land is a very serious matter, because if we don't access land, we will not be able to play our meaningful role. Chair, this is unfair, I'm telling you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Can I continue, Chair?
No. Thank you so much, my big sister, Honorable. I have a feeling to.
Apologies, Madam Chairperson. This is one of the interpreters speaking. Please be advised that interpreters are going to leave in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Give our presenters at least 2 or 3 minutes to answer the questions or to add on what they feel they can. Thank you so much. Each of them 2 minutes as we conclude. Thank you.
Alors j'aimerais remercier toutes les personnes qui ont pris la parole.
I would like to thank all the people who have taken the floor. What I ask of you women parliamentarians is to get together, to be trained, to have good strategies to throw our weight in parliamentary debate.
We women need to come together at the level of the parliament to ensure that laws are enforced for the benefit of women at grassroots level. Donc, encore une fois, je vous remercie pour votre attention.
So once again, I'll thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think what I heard from most of the interventions and the comments were calls to action for implementation. It was, I guess, highlighted or emphasized that implementation is really where we go wrong, because a lot of strategies and programs were presented on the floor today, but follow through and partnership and implementation is what needs to happen. So I think my words are really just a call to action to all of the parliamentarians in the House, that wherever you are able to have that influence and have that say towards fighting poverty and enhancing women's empowerment across Africa, that is really the role that we would love to see. And also there was an intervention that emphasized the importance of education. Certainly the importance of education is one of the key solutions, if not the most important one, towards fighting poverty and promoting economic and financial empowerment. This additionally includes financial literacy training, the digital skills training that our Honorable spoke about as well, because we are in the digital age, and if we want our women to have that level playing field, they really need to be equipped. So education certainly is one of the key solutions towards that. And I guess the final call to action is the formulation of those laws that she asked for, those laws that call for free education for our young girls and our young women. And with that, I'd just like to say thank you and have a very great evening.
Thank you so much for those good remarks. Let's have our next presenter. As she's concluding, she's not presenting. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Merci, nous sommes.
Thank you very much. We are concluding, and I'm going to conclude with what our big sister has said. How do we run a marathon without running shoes? Sister parliamentarians, women parliamentarians must make a decision to give us the running shoes so that we can run a marathon. I think that the African woman has decided to rise and has decided to take what is owed to her. I see already that there is enlightenment in terms of economic development. Everything has been mentioned: education, safety, zero gender-based violence. When a woman is trapped, when a woman is hit upon, nothing can be done. If today we are here and we are raising issues around women's rights, it's because perhaps we have been the luckiest. We have had access to education after having fought for it to come here before you. And you, as women parliamentarians, you have already had many battles to get where you are. All our hope is with you, and we do hope that Africa, with one voice, that African women will make it in the end.
Thank you so much. Having received the excellent presentations from our distinguished presenters, allow me to thank them for being patient and our invited guests, without forgetting our interpreters. I know you've gone beyond the time you're supposed to be here. We can't take it for granted. Thank you so much for being with us. Indeed, they really deserve a round of applause because it is too late. I know we are all tired. Honorable members, we are talking about empowering women and being supportive to each other. It should really begin from here. Whenever we are having sessions, this house is full of men and women. But as we are talking right now, allow me to first appreciate members of parliament, especially men who are here with us. I really request, I want this thing to be on record. The next time we are having a conference, men should be with us. They should support us, not running away from us immediately when we open the session. They are nowhere to be seen. Allow me to appreciate you all for coming and being with us. The house is adjourned to tomorrow at 9 sharp. Thank you so much. God bless you.